Well, hello there, and welcome back to What Up. My name's Beast. Today, we're back with Hello Lady. Tamao-Route now, so that's lovely. Do I have anything else to say? Huh. Not really. I don't remember that I had anything to say. Oh well, I returned to my room without anyone noticing. Tamo must have done the same. Had enough trust in her skills to know she'd be successful. Then I took a seat, realized that my day was done, and cleared up my senses. After confirming that there was no one nearby, I opened an envelope. Found it in the dorm's mailbox when I went down to the living room. It was from my dearest maid. It was a feminine pink and had an odd seal affixed to it that looked like a round green orb with limbs striking a pose. It was the very same design as the odd plush toy she'd given me when I moved here. So it should taste perfectly. Is it gonna be some plot with Tamo finding that and thinking like, oh, he was just fucking playing me? Or some bullshit like that? Because if that is the case, I'm going to smack someone.
最近ではメール全盛だが、やはり手紙には独特の風情があって良いものだね。
ご主人様、良き学園生活を楽しんでおられるでしょうか。独善的で尊大、身勝手な態度を直す機会になればと、医者は願っております。
Isn't self-centered and selfish the same?
おとといは車を出してもらい、身の回りの土地を一回りしてまいりました。行楽日和の日で、うんと羽を伸ばすことができました。ご主人様はどうぞ、2年か3年、留年、目いっぱい学園を楽しんでくださいませ。それから、素晴らしい地方の名物料理もいただいてきました。いとわしいお荷物なしでの休暇は最高でございます。いずれご主人様が戻れば、おいしい話だけお聞かせしましょう。
After finishing reading her letter, I nodded. It looked like a mere small talk at first. That was actually camouflaged to avoid prying eyes. It was code that had to be deciphered. She also simply enjoyed doing such things. Everything is going as planned, transitioning to the second act. Good. Revenge was a stage dedicated to the dead, and the next phase was set to begin. A lament for the lost, fitting punishment for the sinners. I sized myself up in the large mirror in my room. A large grin adorned my face, revealing a fang. Started smiling unconsciously out of a twisted sense of joy. It was the complete opposite of how I'd felt around Tamo. A dark joy.
やめろ。
Revenge was a solemn prayer, had to be conducted with anger and delivered with hate. Raising a fist filled with joy threatened to sully its sanctity. Okay, that sounds interesting, that he, actively, is trying to keep himself from enjoying the act of taking revenge. Because the second he enjoys it, he just kinda becomes a fucking dirtbag and is liable to fucking exact revenge for every little thing just to feel that joy again.
Yamero!
Sunk the heavy sin deep into my chest into my best form Shinri Narita's usual expression.
それにしても菱やめ。暗号のついでに本音まで書き連ねるとは、実によくできた次女だ。
She seemed far too worried, though. Everyone in the academy loved and respected
さて、
me.
また明日に備えるとしよう。
He casually folded the letter and prepared to sleep. The next morning, I woke up after a decent rest. Awaking to the clear blue sky and the songs of the birds, I did my daily breathing exercises. Lastly, I took a couple of showers, some so hot they burned, some freezing. They woke me up completely. In a great mood, I put my clothes on and prepared to leave, but then I sensed something outside my door. had the general idea what it was. Holding my breath, I focused my senses. Apparently it was Tamo. She muttered things as she walked back and forth near my door. I repeated countless times, making him seem a bit suspicious.
Good morning!
From what I could tell, she came to greet me, but didn't know how. Rather adorable, really. Tamo appeared perplexed. The events that had transpired last night constantly replayed in her mind, and they had disappeared even when she went to bed. Blossoming feelings left her unable to sleep. Her steps were unsteady. She ended up not getting a wink of sleep, but she wasn't the type to break down just because of that. She simply worried because she didn't know what was happening to her. She unconsciously got up and dressed herself, then found herself outside her room before she even realized that. Looking up, she caught sight of the door to Narita's room. She put her face in her hands, scratched her head, making a mess of her just-washed hair.
ただの挨拶。そうだよ、同じエトワールだし、同じ寮で住んでるんだから挨拶ぐらいするだろ。そうそう。だから、たださりげなく朝の挨拶をして、あとは、そう、あわよくばそのまま一緒に教室まで。
Possible? What did that mean? Almost overwhelmed by the feelings she refused to acknowledge, she screamed and ran away like a rabbit. The others are just down in the living room like, what the fuck? I walked into the living room at the usual time. Almost everyone was there and breakfast had already been served.
Narita-kun, 朝から楽しいことでもあったの？
うん。分かってしまうかね。
うん。なんか笑ってるみたい。
真の喜びとは秘めるのが難しいものなのだね。ところで、玉尾はまだ降りてきていないのだろうか。
Only she and Taigi were missing.
言われてみれば今日は遅いわね。普段は一番早い子なのに。夜更かしでもしたのかしら。
噂をすれば影と言います。
Ada looked up the second floor, spotting Tamo as she walked down the stairs. Her shoulders were slumped for some reason.
おはよう、玉尾。
My greeting made her jump back 3 meters, all the way to the second floor, but she failed to stick the landing and tumbled down to us.
朝から面白いことをするなら、自分がカメラ持ってる時にしてください。今度から朝食の時も装備しておきますが。
The act produced quite a sound, not surprising considering the impressive fall.
脅かすなよ。
She stood up and said that with a monotone voice.
脅かすなよって、玉尾、
玉尾ちゃん、今、すごいことにならなかった？疑うっておかしくなりましたか？超最悪です。
The girls looked at her with strange expressions as Tamo walked over to her seat in a somewhat robotic manner. This was bad. Had she overheated because of last night's events? She was so pure! The mere sight of her threatened to make me break out into a wide grin. However, I quickly realized it was best to treat her with caution until she calmed down. I had to act normal.
おはよう、玉尾。
After she took a seat and froze like a statue, an awkward air permeated the room.
おはよう。良い朝だね。
The other man in the door belatedly walked down the stairs. The awkward mood continued, but no one wanted to question Tamo further, so we all began eating breakfast. After breakfast, we left for class.
きちんとついてきているかね。
大丈夫に決まってんだろ。俺を誰だと思ってんだよ。
I worried about her, so I decided to accompany her, but she simply acted strange the whole time. That served to solidify my concerns. She got ahead of me one moment, only to fall behind the next. And aside from that, she swapped sides often, so she followed me with awkward movements. She reminded me of a Maltese dog, which I found quite charming. We Twelves all took our seats in the back rows. Miss Tokino conducted the first lesson of the day. The class had nearly 100 students from all years. The academy mostly had specialized classes with a limited number of students. This was a particularly large class.
おはようございます、玉尾お姉様。
何語ですか？それに、さっきも廊下で規制上げてなかったですか？規制なんて上げてないぞ。あれは気合。そう、気合を入れてたんだよ。
玉尾ちゃん、朝から変だよね。階段から落ちてたし。
むしろ、あれを階段から落ちた。という、空子の頭脳を心配しやがれです。あれは、トレーニングだ。
Tamo tried to act normal, but everyone could tell that something was off. Unable to calm down, she looked around like a headless chicken.
玉尾ちゃん、教科書、上下逆になってる。
おお、宣告承知ですよ。ご心配ください。
本当に大丈夫？言葉遣いまでおかしいわよ。
She's just going insane slowly but surely.
不審者発見。学園内で不良風の女がガクガク震える事案が発生です。
あのね、昔庭師の人から聞いたことがあるんだけど、チェーンソーを使い続けると手が震えるようになるんだって。どうして今そんな話を？
玉尾は夜な夜なチェーンソーを使っていて、ついにこうして後遺症が出たわけかね。
床下開くと大肉片小肉片がザックザクです。
I don't know who they'd belong to. Nah, it wasn't even a question that she'd silence disposed of those who discovered her secret. Not that I wanted that to be true.
財宝っぽく言っても、そんなの嬉しくないわよ。
Apparently Tamo hadn't even listened to us.
ところで
Suddenly she jumped up like there was a spring in her chair.
今度は何？
もしもだ。これは仮の話だぞ。
Oh no, what's she gotta ask? The girls urged her to continue, but she had trouble speaking. The blush on her neck had spread all the way to her ears. After shaking her head, she swung her fists to gather resolve. Her resolve.
仮の話だけどよ。お前ら好きな人ができたらどうすんだよ。ほら、言え。
は？
Sokka's just over there like, fucking excuse me, what?
好きな人？まずは趣味とかを聞いて少しお話しして、それからあとは若い二人に任せてみたいな。
僕ならメイドを派遣して毎日24時間の行動スケジュールを逐一報告してもらおう。
For better or worse, a man broke into the awkward girls' talk Tamo had initiated. Taigi casually walked into the classroom. Her maid walked by his side, carrying his bag.
おはようございます、皆様。大義様、おかばんでございます。
That's number one, isn't it?
ああ、では終業まで外にいてくれ。
かしこまりました。
After he joined the Étoiles, I realized that Taigi had quite a high-level fetish. Unless it was a public setting, he had that maid with him at all times.
相変わらず趣味がいい。素晴らしく。
そこまで褒められるのは恐縮だね。
Our beloved Insignia looked at us like we were gum stuck to her shoes, but we were completely serious.
大義、さっきみたいなのはストーカー行為というんじゃ。
愛だよ。愛するからこそ全てを知りたいと思う。当然の欲求だろ？
I'm pretty sure that makes you a stalker.
大義の言うこともちょっとだけわかるかな。
Saku just looks over at Soroko like I'm getting worried.
わ 分かってどうしますか。ストーカー爆誕かける2。最悪の事情で1000万パワーの最悪です。
I mean, you say that, but you actively followed somebody around. The relations between the crowds and Taigi seemed complicated. I heard they'd known each other long before he joined the Étoiles. Saku, for example, was among the first of the academy students, and though Taigi wasn't a student himself, he had spent much time on campus. It wasn't strange that they were acquainted, though even they were confused by his sudden enrollment. It might have been akin to having a neighbor suddenly become family. Also, he was Chairman Mikado's son, so that made it seem like he had some ulterior motive. That made the situation even more confusing. However, Saku did her best to perform the insignia's duties.
私なら偶然を装って曲がり角でぶつかるとかするかもしれないわね。
She did her best to fix the awkward mood and help her friend. Felt quite pathetic and made me want to cry, though.
そんなのベタなラブコメすぎます。エルなら毎日切ない夜を過ごす寂しい女です。10万でどうか私を抱いてください。素敵なメールを。
What the fuck, Eru?
ああ、もうマジで使えねえなお前ら。いや、そんな唐突にキレられても。
Tranquility and warmth. Like when I was acting to fulfill my goals, I felt like I was wasting my time. It was a luxurious moment I'd rarely experienced over the past 7 years. Feeling that and other similar things, I watched the girls interact until class began. Lunch break. I thought of eating with the other Étoiles, but Tamo ran off the moment class ended. She'd acted strange throughout the whole lesson. It had even gotten so bad that Miss Tokino asked if she felt unwell. Soroko did her best to cover for her, but she often overdid it. Then with Tamo becoming a ventriloquist dummy and Eru secretly taking photos with her camera. The whole thing had been so fun that I almost burst into laughter a few times. However, Saku stopped me. How, you ask? By silencing me with the most murderous of glares, of course. It felt like she blamed me for everything, which seemed both shocking and uncalled for to me. Sure, I was one of the reasons for her odd behavior, but I certainly never expected Tamo's excessive reactions. I found Tamo out in the garden as I walked back from the cafeteria. Looking quite weary, she slept on the lawn and looked up at the clouds with an exhausted expression on her face. Eru stealthily snuck up on her like a carnivorous fish.
観察&観測。
Tamo attempted to jump to her feet upon hearing the sound of the shutter.
何だ
Confusing Eru for me, she leapt rather high, but she failed to land properly and fell.
何が起こった一体。
I wanted an answer to that question as well. How could she have possibly mistaken Eru for me? That aside, that looked painful.
大丈夫、タマオちゃん。早く包帯、あと輸血を僕が提供するから。血は出てないわ。落ち着きなさい、ソラコ。あなたはいつも心配性すぎる。
今日のタマオくんはとても愉快だね。
面白がってばかりもいられないわ。
これは失敬した。君はインシグニアだ。仲間の不調は気にかかるところだったね。
Eru lowered her stance and hurried over to Tamo like a spider.
恋愛というのはあの変人にですか?
Eru pointed at me, making me the center of attention. The few younger girls who heard her looked at me in despair, like they just stepped on a mine. After about 3 seconds, everyone shifted their gazes back to Tamo.
そうなの? しかも相手は成田?
The hesitant question made Tamo sweat and turn stiff, like someone had just pulled a knife on her.
ないありえない成田ない絶対ないさっきの話は全部仮定もしもだから
shook her head and denied so desperately that she started speaking in a monotone voice.
たまおちゃん。たまおちゃん。我が家の筋肉までハニートラップに落ちました。最悪。
Oars. Our dear insignia collapsed and grabbed her head.
あなた、たまおに何をしたの？
何をしたのとは？
I looked back at them, finally realizing that I was indeed involved with their conversation, and blinked once.
ありていに言うなら、どうやら私はタマオを深く愛していたらしいのだよ。なので昨夜そう告げたところ、タマオも。
Tamo got up and closed in on me like a bullet. Then she grabbed my hand and pulled me out of the garden. We left a trail of dust behind as we rushed off. Rest is just left behind, like... So that's confirmed. Tamo stopped once we got a good distance away from the others. Felt like the dragging had extended my arm. He just like looks down at his arms like a... whoops.
何言ってんだ成田。わけわからないこと言いやがって。
I chose not to point out the fact that she was the one who appeared insane all morning.
私は自分の心を素直に告げただけだよ。
何が？
言葉を偽ることは簡単だ。それは人の心さえたやすくねじ曲げる。だが、いや、だからこそ自分の本心に嘘はつきたくないと思う。
Indeed, my feelings for her were very real. I had no idea that the hateful avenger Shinri Narita still had something like that in him. A heart that could love, even if it was sinful and would surely become a weakness.
タマオを好きだという私の心に嘘はないよ。
Heat filled her face once more. I almost spotted steam rising off her reddened forehead.
そもそもどうして逃げてきたのだね。この学園の規則に男女交際禁止の項目があるとは聞いたことがないが。
I wasn't the type to read instructions, so I still didn't know the academy's rules very well. But from what I could tell, through traveling in and out of the academy, though traveling in and out of the academy was strictly forbidden, what went on inside the walls wasn't so strictly governed. Of course, you had to keep it within the boundaries of nobility. However, during my nightly expedition, I spotted a few couples having a very good time.
恋の恥じらいという情緒は理解できるが、二人が互いに好意を抱いているのは隠す必要もないのではなかろうか。
Tamo let out a strange scream. Tamo started writhing, so I quickly pulled her close to me.
成田、何をいきなり。いくらなんでも。ダメだ。こんな昼間からなんて。ダメだ。ダメだ。
She turned all red and shook her head, but also closed her eyes and stuck out her lips.
ダメだ。ダメだ、成田。
Her actions worried me. Would I have done anything to fix her odd behavior? Probably not.
落ち着けたもん。声を出すな。見るといい。あの茂みの奥にレンズが見える。
Tamo's expression turned blank. When it mattered, Tamo Akahito automatically changed her state of mind. No matter what thoughts she had in her head, she instantly shifted into the mindset of a murderer.
今更言うまでもないが、この学園内で学生は常に監視されている。
To keep us from being overheard, I whispered those words into her ear while pretending to embrace her.
監視されてるってのはおよそ。あんな場所に仕掛けてあるのまでは知らなかった。
Students weren't informed of the fact, of course, but the academy was being observed in a variety of ways. A whopping 200 HMI studied here. There were both possibilities. They were both possibilities and dangerous bombs. The tall walls around the academy served to keep the dangers inside just as much as they kept enemies out. Didn't find any listening devices or cameras in the dorm, but there were devices that recorded vibrations on the walls to eavesdrop on conversations, so I assumed we had no privacy.
あ
Oh,
のカメラは一昨日まではなかった。おそらく新たに設置されたものだろう。我々が森に近づいたことで警戒を厳重にしたと見るべきだな。もっとも学園を厳戒態勢に置くほどの対応まではしていないようだが。
まあ慣れてんだよ。ここを探りに来たのは別に俺や成田が初めてじゃねえし。当然その手のドジな泥棒まがいは生きて帰れてないんだけどな。
確かにアンチハローメンのような HMI 差別主義者からすればスクールは敵の巣窟だ。手を出してくるのは当然か。
なあ成田、
何かね。
連中どうしてそんな無駄なことすんだろうな。そりゃ HMI が怖いってのはわかるよ。でも HMI の数なんて普通の人間と比べりゃ一握り以下だ。
時の女子の講義を聞いていなかったのかね。HMI の発生率は年々増加傾向にあるのだよ。
増えてるって言ったって知れてるだろ。
今はそうでもいずれ社会的影響力を持つようになる。たとえ数で劣っても HMI はハローを持つ。多数派であるコロスがいつの日か弱者に転落するかもしれない。
ほうほう、なるほど。意外と頭いいな成田。
まあ所詮モテるものである我々がこんな場所で分け知り顔で語ってみたところで皮肉としか言えないがね。それよりもスクールの警備についてだが。
a mere invasion of the forest wouldn't have pushed him over the edge, but it still topped up his security protocols. For Rufune Miko, there was no pushover, but he couldn't underestimate him.
侵入者は誰一人として生かして返さないと言わんばかり。どうやら奴は秘密を探られるのがよほど都合が悪いらしい。
警戒を強めたってことは俺たちが相手の本丸に近づきつつあるってことだよな。
さすがは玉尾、良い読みだ。
She looked directly at me without breaking out of my embrace.
成田、お前本気？
学園の秘密に近づくのに協力するという件なら。
In that moment, she wasn't the straightforward girl she was at noon or the attack dog I met at night. For the first time ever, she seemed entirely sincere. Thus, I found myself unable to lie to her.
そっちもあれだけど、そうじゃなくて、俺のこと好きとか好きじゃないとかさ。
本気だ。偽りなく真剣に私は玉を好いているよ。
Humans survived by killing, relying on, and taking from others. We were so weak that we couldn't survive without forming communities, yet we couldn't tolerate walking alongside each other unless we hid our true natures. Humans were warped, failed beasts who ravaged this very planet for their own gain. However, beyond that inner wasteland, there was a little light. It wasn't gentle. It could bring warmth, but it could also scorch and tear us apart with pain. It created hesitation and weakness. It was a function we had acquired to ensure our survival, our emotional hearts. But you couldn't abandon its light. After all, it was the only thing that separated humans from monsters.
悪い冗談とでも思っていたのかね。
そりゃそうだろう。こんなの俺そういうの今まで一度も言われたことなかったし。
玉尾はどうやら良い出会いに巡り合えなかったらしい。自信を持って小ぶりな胸を張りたまえ。見えるものには君の美しさが本物であると確かにわかる。
バカ、俺の胸はそんなに小さくねえよ。
I noticed that Tamo's eyes were slightly
成
moist.
田は察しがついてるかもしれないけど、俺の家赤人ってのはこっちの業界だと老舗の本格派なんだよ。
本当にあの赤人なのかね。最初に聞いた時は偶然の一致と思ったが、現存していたとは驚きだ。
まさか名前まで知ってんのかよ成田。お前単に裏の人間ってわけじゃねえのか。
昔噂に聞いた程度だよ。おとぎ話の類と思っていたがね。
There were 8 famous families that lurked in the deepest and in the darkest depths of society. Collectively, they were known as the Nishihachi. They included names such as Semimaru, Akahito, and Ukan. Oh, I wasn't expecting to see Ukan here! You sure he's in like the deepest, darkest depths of society? Seems like a very nice mercenary dude. Some were swindlers, some were murderers, some were traitors. They were legends in the underground and few knew they actually existed. Yakitos were murderers. Or in other words, hitmen. They accepted contracts and took out targets without any regard for morality. Kings, saints, laymen. They eliminated any and all individuals as per their requests. Thus, they were
マ
murderers.
ジモンだよ。そりゃもう古い血筋でさ。昔は鬼とか妖魔とか呼ばれてたそうだし。嘘か本当か。先祖は偉い陰陽師の手伝いとかで。要するに昔から代々こういう仕事やってるんだ。
Oh, okay, so her family is supposed to be like the origins of like Fuki, Kinki, and like those Oni from that you can also get in like Persona and SMT. Like what weird fucking Oni with the hole in the in the head, like the weird water Oni. All those. Which were they again? Hold on. One is Kinki. That's the golden one. Ongyoki, Fuki, Suiki. Those were the others. Ungyoki was like the weird, like completely dark one that has like that gimmick boss fight in Nocturne where you have to basically fight him at the full moon. Then Fuki and Suiki. Basically, what you're trying to tell me is that in this game's world, her family is the one that spawned that. Or what? Or am I like getting lore wrong here? They were legends I'd heard of as a child. However, it appeared that I'd unintentionally become a first-hand witness.
赤人の本家はさ、21世紀にもなってネットもないような山奥に隠れるみたいに住んでるんだぜ。笑えるだろう。でも最近は赤人の血も薄れて、まともに力が出るようなやつはほんの数えるほど。赤人に限ったこっちゃない。俺たちの他にまだ生きてる西八隻はいるけど、どいつもこいつも時代に置いていかれたガラクタに違いない。ま、セミマルの姉さんとかウコンのジジイとか殺しても死にそうにないやつもいるけどな。俺は生まれつきの呪い持ちだから、ガキの頃からこの業界でプロやってた。学校っつっても転校ばっかだし、嬉しかったよ。好きって言ってくれたの。俺のこと綺麗だって褒めてくれたの。言われてみたかったんだ。仕事でさ、学生に混じっても、まあ俺ヤンキーみたいだから誰も近寄ってこないんだけど、でも傍から見てると他の奴らは楽しそうで、ああいうのいいなって嬉しすぎて 今日はちょっとはしゃぎすぎちゃったけど。
玉を。
でもぶっちゃけ俺とお前敵同士だろ。
Brief in conviction colored her
かも
words.
しれない。
かもか。まあそうだよな。お前の正体調べてやろうと思ったけど、もうどうでもいいか。最後までうまくやっていけたらいいよな。望み薄そうだけど。
本当にいいのかね。
嬉しかったのは本当だから。この先がどうなるとしたってこれでいいよ。
私も嬉しかったよ。君は忘れていた大切なことを思い出させてくれた。だから私は選んだ。この先に待つものも罪深さも全て承知で運命を受け入れた。後悔はしない。己の選んだことだ。
そっか。俺もそうだよ。後悔しない。だって自分で決めたんだもんな。成田がどういうつもりでこの学園に来たのかは知らないけど、お互いうまくやっていこうぜ。どうせなら最後まで下手打たずにやれたらいいよな。
I feel like these two could like just by their own merits just revive the Akahitos if they wanted to. Like,
私は今この瞬間だけでも十分に幸福だよ。だができるなら玉緒の言う通り、幕引きの時までこの良き時間が続くことを祈っている。
what would Tamo do if she learned of the path I walked? I had a premonition of this coming to an end, and Tamo felt it in her skin. However, I gathered my resolve to prepare for that. I had to in order to keep my hesitation at bay.
それであの森どう攻めるんだ。
She looked at me with the face of a pro doing her best to hide her emotions.
玉緒が先ほど言った通りだ。これだけ如実に警戒する以上、やはりあの森の奥にこの学園の秘密は眠っている。
まあそうだよな。
さすがにその先をここで話すのは危険だろう。以後のことは今夜私の部屋で。
Would have been safer to do it outside the academy, but they'd upped their security so we couldn't run the risk of getting spotted. We broke our long embrace. To the cameras, this must have seemed like a happy discussion between lovers. Thought of returning to class, but I suddenly felt steam rising off of Tamo.
男の部屋。
Her ears turned all red as she returned to her amusing self. She'd been in my room before, hadn't she? Oh, that purity of hers was quite adorable. Suddenly, from behind...
なんだ今の声。
レンクは見た。愛欲学園昼下がりのうずき。
The sound had come from Iru's camera. Apparently she'd taken a photo of us embracing. Iru quickly did something on her phone. Probably involved the photo she'd just taken.
どうぞ成田。自分の自信作です。証拠写真完成しました。制作時間10秒。
Photo showed me embracing Tamo and whispering something directly into her ear. That alone looked good enough. But she also edited it to add some flowers and hearts
お
around us.
お、これは見事だ。ぜひ後でデータのコピーを。
お前ほら消せ。
写真は消せても若い体のほてりのままに愛を貪った事実は消せないのです。
ほてってねえよ。適当なこと抜かすな。
自分ネット拡散大好きなキャラですので。
鬼か。
Edu ran away, so Tamo chased after her. Naturally, Edu had no actual chance of getting away. Regardless of what she tried, Tamo would eventually grab her by the neck and carry her away like a cat would a kitten. I had some preparations to make. First for tonight. But eventually, I'm coming for you, Kurofune Mikado. We had a dinner lesson. We sat in pairs and learned proper etiquette. My partner for the night, Saku, heaved a long sigh.
どうかしたのかね。
エルが写真をメールしてくれて。
The one she'd taken at noon, surely. Seemed she'd actually escaped Tamo. And she'd even managed to spread it among the other crowns. Takazaki was no joke.
良い出来の写真だった。私はあれを見て胸に熱いものがこみ上げたよ。君の感想はどうかね。
うわーという気分よ。もう突然すぎて、なんて反応したらいいのか。
Her face made it clear that she was on the verge of collapsing.
愛は育てるものだが、恋は落ちるものだ。恋とはいつも突然にやってくる。
これだけは言っておくわ。
She aimed a resolute gaze at
タマオ
me.
は私の大事な友達だから。
よく知っている。
もしもいい加減なことで彼女が不幸になったりしたら、私我慢できないと思う。
Those words suited her, and hearing them brought me great comfort. She didn't know. The crowns, Tamo included, didn't know. They didn't know Shinri Narita's true goal. Shinri Narita never hesitated. He was an avenger who mercilessly ended his target's life in order to sate his desires, even if it brought misery to others. And his actions would surely bring about many tragedies at the academy. Would Sako Tanashi tolerate that?
よく肝に銘じておこう。
Today was a peaceful day. The afternoon encounter had helped me understand Tamo a lot better. As I sat on a chair and pondered various things, it became an hour past lights out.
そろそろ頃合いか。
After I muttered that, I heard a knock on the door.
開いている。入りたまえ。
おう。
The door slowly opened up and Tamo peeked inside. She came to visit just as we'd agreed. She snuck into the center of the room and sat down, looking as meek as a kitten before bowing down.
お邪魔いたします。
物々しいことだね。この前も入ったばかりだろ。いきなり正座とは何かの試合でもするのかね。
何の試
合？Flustered, she turned all red and jumped up a whole 40 centimeters. I quickly ran up to her and covered her mouth.
落ち着いて静かにしたまえ。この時間ではまだ起きている者もいる。下手に騒いでまた誰か来たら。
Saku and Soroko were on the second floor, but Edo was my neighbor, and she had excellent hearing. If she heard something here, she would likely come over to investigate. Right after I moved to pin Tamo and keep her voice down, I heard a knock on the door.
何か騒がしいみたいだけど、成田くんどうかした？
Speaking of the devil! No, Soroko's room was located upstairs and a bit to the side. Had she actually picked up on the noise and walked over to help? Seemed a little fast now. What a devilish ear. Did that talent of hers have anything to do with her tendency to help others? Or had the ability formed as a result of her nature? Human side has some rather fearsome hidden powers. Regardless, I realized it would have been bad for us if she found Tamo here past lights out in this situation. Had to hide this somehow.
いや、一人で老若男女の数人が騒ぐ声を練習していてね。私の電気ビデオを制作する際に必要なのだよ。
そうだったんだ。でも、さっきは若い男女の声しか聞こえなかったけど。
恥ずかしながらまだ練習中なのでね。しかし部屋にいてそこまで聞き分けたのかね。素晴らしい。私から君にゴールデンゴッドイヤーの称号を送ろう。
そんな褒めてもらうようなことじゃ。でもそういう事情なら練習頑張ってね。それじゃあおやすみなさい。お邪魔しちゃってごめんね。あとどうせならもう少し早い時間に練習した方がいいんじゃないかな。
心に留めておこう。おやすみ、空子。君が心安らかに眠ることを祈っている。
I heard her walk away. She must have returned to her room. Everyone was unique indeed. Didn't expect to have such a side to her.
さて、玉緒も落ち着いたかね。
おう、すまん。
The word matchmakers think of something sexual. She had tendency to strongly deny anything of that vein, but if she was actually... Well, what if she was actually quite interested in the subject? Wanted to look into the matter, but you had other priorities.
まずこいつを見てもらおう。
She pulled out 2 micro SD cards.
中身は何だね。
She turned on her laptop and used it to scan one of the cards.
1枚目はここの学生のプロフィールデータが入ってる。手間はかかったけど、ほぼ全学生分揃えられた。
これは詳細なデータだな。
ここのサーバーで実際に管理してるやつだから。
Dates, places of birth, records of their records of their past, medical histories, family trees, etc. Even at their achievements in the academy, grades, notable personality points, and stages in the curriculum, but contained nothing about their halos.
これだけのデータを手に入れられたのは大したものだ。
Those were honest thoughts. Sure, I didn't know whether she had cracked the system or used some other route, but none of that mattered. I actually had some of this data. Takeshi Hanazono had acquired it as part of my request. However, the main server's information didn't illuminate Kurofune's true goal. Naturally, Halo details and information about the secrets of the Academy were difficult to access from the outside. The system that hit those probably hadn't been connected to any others.
これ見て、成田はどう思う？意見聞かせてくれよ。
うん。全員が HMI だが、それ以外にことさら異常な点はないようだね。
次はこっちだ。
She said that to place the second card in the slot and access the file. It showed OCR scans of some newspaper articles. The dates and locations mentioned on each article were different, but they were all reports of deaths. There were accidents, illnesses, suicides, far more. None of them seemed extraordinary. However, I knew she was showing me them for a reason.
どうだ、成田。
Tamo was emotional, but no fool. So to tell me the truth right away, she asked for my unbiased opinion on the
死ん
matter.
でいるのは学生か類する年少者ばかりか。
First list at students who'd enrolled at the academy. They were all alive, of course. But what was the relation between it and these articles? Soon enough, I realized the notable thing were the locations. The places the students were from, the places mentioned in the obituaries nearly matched. I had no map on hand, so I couldn't confirm the exact distance, but the articles alone made that fact clear. Some were in the same prefectures, while others in the same towns. Had something happened near their homes? Acts of terror that targeted their relatives, perhaps? No, it was the opposite. The incident didn't coincidentally happen where these students came from. Rather, they were caused by people capable of enrolling into the academy. Basically, HMIs.
素質ある学生たちをスカウトする過程で何らかの事情で死者が出る。
How did these two events connect? I had a few guesses, but I couldn't decide too early. Still lacked information.
それが事実なら分かっているだけでも死者は数百人。それが全て学園にまつわる死者だとすれば。なるほど。これが帝黒船のアキレス腱か。
成田。ミトリはやっぱりもう死んじゃってるのかな。
Tamo had almost never mentioned Mitri since her disappearance. That clearly hadn't been because she wanted to forget the friend she'd left. She had a solid guess involving what had happened to her. Even I, the transfer student, was shocked when Mitri Kabutoyama vanished. Must have hit Tamo quite hard. Especially since it was no ordinary parting.
サクも言ってたけど、友達だった俺たちに一言の相談もなしにいきなり退学するなんて、どう考えても信じられない。最初からうすうすそうなんじゃないかと思ってたけど、考えるのが怖かったんだ。
She looked down at the
ス
floor.
クールの途中退学者は結構多いんだ。数ヶ月ごとに1人か2人くらいは辞めていって、代わりに新しいやつが入ってくる。特殊な学園だし、あぶれる人数としたら適正だろうって見過ごしてた。
ミトリについては調べさせた。
Sat behind her. As I sat behind her, I told her something I'd hoped to hide.
調べさせた。
聞くかね。喜ばしい知らせではないと先に言っておこう。
知ってるんなら教えてくれよ。ミトリがどうなったのか。俺みたいなやつでも嘘ついてたけどよくしてくれたんだ。友達だから知りたいよ。どんなことでも。
Seemed serious, I couldn't
兜
buy.
山ミトリは病死している。学園から籍を抜いてすぐ後だ。少なくとも公式な書類ではそうなっている。
I'd had Hishia look into it. Mitori's family had a lot of history behind it, so not even Kurofune Mikado could hide what happened completely.
他の退学者についても行方を追わせているが、そちらは芳しくない。転居などで消息のつかめなくなっているケースが多くてね。2件のみ判明したが、どちらも死亡している。病死と事件に巻き込まれての死亡だ。この分では他の退学者の行方も知れたものではないだろう。
If them dropping out was just a front to their deaths, what had happened to them? Was it an accident or the Academy purged them? And in the late case, why? It was surely related to the Academy's dark secret. Death loomed over the search for new students. Those who left seemed to
深
vanish.
い闇だ。真実は深淵の底。たどり着くにはあの森を越えねばなるまい。さて、玉尾。
As I started to ask about her plans, I realized how silent she'd been. And upon closer inspection, I noticed the tears streaming down her cheek.
泣いているのか。
Tamo put her hand on her cheek as if she'd only just noticed. A moment later, another tear escaped her eye.
どうして涙なんて出てるんだろう。これっておかしいよ。成田もそう思うだろう。この程度で俺が泣くなんてバカみたいだ。
I just stands there like, you're down the join of vengeance. You're down the join a crusade of vengeance.
玉尾。
若い人なんだぜ俺。人死になんて珍しくもなんともない。数えきれないぐらい見たし、自分でも。それなのにさ。
Still, it's weird that she just straight up used her regular name to enroll. Like, even if barely anyone knows about the Akihito family anymore, you'd expect at least some people, you know, people like Kurofune, to remember.
今さら友達がいなくなって悲しいとか。
何もおかしくはない。人間とはそういう傲慢な生き物だよ。肉まんの敵を笑って殺戮する傍らで、傷ついた一人の身内のために天をつくように嘆き悲しむ。そんなどしがたいわがままを我々は悲劇と呼んでは飾り立てる。それを幾億幾兆と積み重ねたものが人の歴史だ。地獄の名には死んだ後の行き場ではなく、今生きているこの場所こそがふさわしい。
Owl. The Edge. Shinrin enacted himself as an avenger born of one such tragedy. The Akitos were the very representation of the murderous, ravenous nature of mankind.
そうだよな。
それでも人は自分以外のもののために嘆くことができる。傲慢であろうとわがままであろうと、他人を思って流れる涙は等しく尊いと私は思う。だから玉尾は泣いてもいいのだよ。
変な慰め方するんだな。俺さ、生まれた時から業界の人間だから、今までまともに友達とかいなかったんだ。
The unexpected tears made Tamo reveal what she'd been holding inside. It was far less about telling me about it. It was less about telling me about it and more about organizing our
若い
thoughts.
人の人間でおまけに HMI ってさ、バカみたいだよな。もうフルコースって感じだろ。何も知らない頃は当たり前だって思ってた。仕事で外へ出るようになって世間の、要するに普通のやつと比べたらさすがに自分たちがおかしいんだって理解した。一回マジで鬱陶しくなって家飛び出したこともあるんだぜ。
赤人が嫌になったの？
俺そこまで可愛げはねえよ。言った通り単に鬱陶しかったんだ。同い年ぐらいの他のやつが遊んだり騒いだりしてて、ああいうのももしかしたら楽しいのかなって。でもそれで飛び出した。反抗期の一種かもな。
Tamo chuckled lightly.
でもダメだったな。結局どこ行っても馴染めなくて、やっぱり俺は呪い持ちの化け物だったよ。犬と狼はよく似てるけど別物だろ。形が似てるから俺も真似できるかって思ったけど、真似は真似さ。本物じゃないからうまくいかなかったんだ。今だってここの学生みたいな顔してるけど、他の連中みたいにはなりきれない。とんだ大根役者ってわけさ。結局のところ生まれた時から赤人で、骨も肉も全部それでできてる。
Proof that they were normal, mankind needed abnormalities to shun. Tamo was both an HMI and an Akahito, a born murderer. Society was set to ostracize her from the very start. I had no idea what she'd experienced after she ran away from home, and she herself didn't elaborate. However, it was enough to make this cheerful girl give up.
このスクールに来て初めて友達ってのがどういう意味なのか分かったんだ。俺こんななりだろ。ヤンキーキャラでさ、関わってくるやつがいないから仕事の時は便利なんだぜ。ここに来た時もやっぱ距離置かれちゃってて、静かでいいかとか思ってそのままぼっちやってたら、何をどう勘違いしたのかサクたちがわざわざ向こうから話しかけてきやがった。
Sako Tanashi had said that anyone could smile here. Did that mean the hive of abnormality that was the academy was her promised land? Perhaps not, since her stay here had been sustained by her own and the academy's lies. She'd arrived at the academy quite a while ago, so how had she failed to uncover its secrets thus far? Had she subconsciously stalled the job because she was afraid of ending this momentary peace? No, that was an ugly question. Even if it was true, couldn't have blamed her for it. Even I, Shidini Narita, had found some solace in this grey garden. The place felt like a long, shining, priceless gem. I just want to thank Kurofune for that.
本当に大切な友人だったのだね。
She furrowed her brow and voiced frustration.
こいつを仕組んでる奴ら全員この手でミトリたちと同じ目に合わせてやりてえ。
Finally realized that even if she was an Akito, Tama was actually an honest girl who loved her friends. However, she'd entered the academy as an enemy, so she had to constantly betray them by keeping her secrets. That unchangeable truth must have tormented her. Those words just now were born out of anger for failing to protect Mitori.
成田。
Her voice sounded confused and meek, unable to bear the sight I embraced her from behind. For once, she didn't panic or try to escape. She simply gave in to my warmth and leaned into my chest. I couldn't just say that it must have been hard for her. It was something only she herself could gauge. Instead, I merely wished to ease her burdens in whatever way possible.
以前私が受け取った言葉を君にも手渡そう。変化を恐れるな。起こってしまったことをやり直す術はないが、そこから先、自分にできることは必ず何かある。過去と未来を恐れず、一歩を踏み出したまえ。
Narita.
She looked up at me with red eyes, then wiped away her remaining tears and formed a resolute expression.
俺はスクールをこのままにしておけない。放っておいたらこれからもきっと何人も死ぬ。知っちまった以上黙っていられるか。この事件俺の事件だ。何もかもこの手で終わらせてやる。なんだよ成田、柄でもないとか思ってんのか。
Tamo bashfully looked up at me.
ふむ、そんなことを思っている風に見えたのかね。残念ながら今考えていたのは玉緒が美しいということだよ。
突然何言ってやがんだ。この
I didn't see any reason to be so bashful around someone she'd already kissed, but that innocent affairs made her all the more lovable.
伝説によれば西の赤人は殺し屋だ。依頼を受ければ殺して善も悪も王侯聖者俗人も区別なく殺すことで等しくする。しかし玉緒はスクールを許せないと言った。何も知らずに殺される学生たちを救いたいと願った。
本当柄にもないよな、俺みたいな裏の人間が。
うつむくな。何も知らぬまま浪費されて命を奪われる者がいる。続いたはずの命を破棄される者がいる。悪が間違いだと糾弾できる君の心の尊さに比べれば、君が何者であるかなどさまつでしかない。偽善だと蔑む輩には好きに言わせておけ。君は私のような半端者とは違う。胸を張って信じるところを成したまえ。迷っていては救われる者たちに笑われるぞ。約束通り私は玉緒の願いを手伝おう。同じ道を行ける限り。それがどこまでかは私にもわからないが。
Tamo closed her eyes and slowly placed her hand over mine.
今度こそあの森の向こうに隠された秘密を暴いてやる。
素晴らしい決意だ。しかしまずは怪我を癒すのが先決だろう。
あの程度の怪我もう治ったぜ。
Healed already? Those wounds were quite severe.
まさかいくらなんでも見せてみたまえ。
She looked at me, clearly confused, but I didn't hesitate. Instead, I stripped her of her clothing at lightning's fast speeds.
ははは、お代官様ご無体でございますぞ。
Her top and bottom disappeared in less than 3 seconds, leaving her in just her simple underwear.
待てこれはいくらなんでも待て。
待つのは君だとも分かっているのか。騒げば隣室に声が届いてしまうぞ。
Tamo panicked, but she understood the dangers of being seen like that in a man's room, so her scream faded.
いきなり何すんだよ。
Her bashfulness couldn't escape the sound, so her skin reddened. She bit her lower lip and tried to bear the embarrassment. Honestly, the way she attempted to conceal her exposed skin looked extremely charming.
とても美しい。
Wait, hold on. How did he just say that?
とても美しい。
Like the drawn out at the end, like the way he draws it out at the end just makes it sound like.
そういうことじゃなくて、バカ野郎。
My honest thoughts made her even more bashful.
それにしても確かに回復している。
Soft pale skin, her glamorous slender arms, her toned waistline, her wild legs. There were no wounds to be found on any of
だ
them.
から治ったって言っただろ。俺はもともと頑丈なんだって。傷の治りだって早いんだから。
Oh, perhaps because of her halo. Her halo improved her physical capabilities, so it very well could have enhanced her metabolism as well. Carefully touched her pearly skin. It was just that It wasn't just her service that reconnected. She was unharmed and beautiful and beneath as well. Even when I touched the places where she had the more serious wounds, she felt no pain.
なるほどなるほど。もうしばらく我慢したまえ。ことがことだけに慎重の上にも慎重を要する。
何言ってんだかわかんねえよ。
She returned meeker than ever as I thoroughly inspected her body, rubbed her shins, then put my hands over her knees. The softness of her thighs felt otherworldly, skin so smooth you couldn't see any pores. The tension that even the smallest droplet of water could have bounced off of. A pleasant scent wafted off of her chest, and her softness was hard to describe. Her flat stomach, which showed no sign of fat, suited her perfectly.
実に素晴らしい。
もういいだろ。十分だよ。怪我全部治ってるだろ。
まだ十分ではないと思う。
どうして？
無論、めでるためだ。
She almost went berserk again, but I calmed her down.
静かにしたまえ。これ以上騒げば、サクたちが気づいてのっぴきならないことになってしまうぞ。
またそれか。俺を脅してどうすんだよ。
おとなしく騒がずに、天井のシミでも数えていることだ。何すぐに終わる。もっとも、終わる頃には自分からねだるようになっているだろうがね。
だろうがね。じゃねえよバカ。ちくしょ。さっきのセリフでちょっとでもかっこいいとか思った俺が大バカだった。
Ignoring Tamo's protests, I continued examining every part of her.
変なとこ触んな。
玉尾は全身に怪我を負っていた。確かめるには全身に触れねばならないだろう。
The sensation of my hands was pleasant by itself. On my hands was pleasant by itself. But the sounds she made when I touched the more sensitive places were truly something. After checking her rib cage, I moved to her soft upper arms. As I moved from the collarbone to her back, I felt like I was touching a new enameled product. I truly enjoyed the feeling. When I smiled in satisfaction and took a break, Tamo spoke.
それで感想は？
とても柔らかく素敵だったと思う。
My honest opinion made her look away and let out a gasp.
素敵とかそんなの言うなよ。俺裏の人間なんだぜ。
先ほども言わなかったかね。なるほど。人は過去や自分の立場から逃れられない。だからといってその過去で持てる正しさや行いの全てが否定されるわけではない。
本当にそう思うか？
She looked at me with a slightly gloomy expression on her face.
いろんなことしてきた。何人も始末したし、悪事の片棒を担いだことだってあるんだぜ。
変わらない過去を嘆いても何一つ始まらない。玉尾が過去を悔いているのなら、それに勝る未来を築くよう努めればいい。罪とは消えないものだ。過去はついて回る。後ろ指さす者もいるだろう。だがそれに負けて未来を捨てるのは過去の全てが無意だったと認めてしまうことだ。道を歩んだ者には歩んだだけの責任がある。それは歩み続けることでしか返せない。
The blood spilt, the lives taken, those who supported us, the things we'd thrown away or simply ignored. Those who walked down the path of carnage carried everything they'd done with them.
迷ってもいい。望むなら進む道を変えるのもいいだろう。どんな道であれ、信じて胸を張って進め。破れるときは全力を尽くして破れたまえ。
それが俺の責任か。
生まれや育ちがどうであれ、玉尾の輝きは本物だ。私は知っている。それで十分ではないのかね。
何を言ってやがんだよ。ったく、口だけ達者な男は信用するなって昔ばあちゃんが言ってた。
君は本物の清楚な乙女だ。やはり乙女とは核あるべきだ。
成田は清楚なのが好き。
思考としてはそうだが、今は玉緒の方がもっと愛おしい。
Tamo shook in embarrassment. Her damp eyes shone like jewels, and the profound colors seemed to suck my heart in.
君は誰よりも美しい。
I wanted to press to the next line, but accidentally hit the right click as well, slightly before the left click. So just what,
以前と同じ質問をしよう。私は玉緒を愛している。君はどうだろう。
それは成田。私成田のこと。
Tamo looked away, seeming hesitant. Merely waited for the words that followed, and eventually, after an arm on the clock finished a lap, she gathered her courage.
俺も成田のこと好きだ。
The Japanese sometimes describe silent voices as akin to mosquito buzzes, and that suited her perfectly. The joy made my mind go blank, but I controlled myself. After all, I had to keep calm. Luckily, that proved easy, for I was a master of self-denial.
これは
じゃねえだろ。
The joy had made me push Tamo down.
安心してほしい。もちろん私は勢いと成り行きでことになど及ばない。
じゃあ早くどいて。
私は玉緒が欲しい。
She looked surprised, like she didn't understand my words. Then she gasped, looked around and stared off into the distance.
初級しすぎんだろ。
だがこうも考えている。それでいいのだろうかと。私たちはこの先どうなるかもわからない。結果、玉緒を傷つけてしまうだけではないのかと。それは私の望むところではないのだから。
Her expression changed countless times in a matter of seconds. She bit out on her lips, clenched her teeth, grinned, pouted, opened her mouth, and shut it and faced me.
覚悟してきたから。
Hiding her eyes, she awkwardly yet resolutely said those words like we were about to duel.
今日は来るとき覚悟してきたから。こんなになったらそれでもいいって。だから
玉を愛している。
ここじゃなくてベッドに。
いいとも。
Reached for her hand, but she bashfully hung her head.
抱っこして。
初めて会った時のように。
うん。お姫様抱っこ。ずっと夢だったから。
What an innocent dream. Of course, it was a man's job to fulfill a maiden's fantasy.
任せておきたまえ。
Picked her up like a fragile, dainty princess and carried her to the bed.
なんか変なこと言うけど笑うなよ成田。
笑わないとも。
なんかこうやって抱っこされて運ばれて、でもそれが嬉しくて、もう嬉しくてしょうがなくて。俺やっぱ女の子なんだなって。うわ、何言ってんだ俺、恥ずかしい。
Her own words made her turn red and shake her head.
玉緒は本当に可愛いのだね。最高に美しくて可愛く愛らしい女の子だよ。
やめろって成田、そういうの。
She moaned as though begging for oxygen and looked at me like with slightly lost eyes. Took her hands, which were awkwardly reaching for me, and joined them. I gave her peace, as though shown by her blissful smile. Then, as though leading her to dreamland, I gently kissed her. And then they had sex. Giving in to the pleasant exhaustion, I sunk into the bed. Still holding hands, we drew even closer to each other, and I felt her warmth directly through her skin.
ところでタマオ、
成田。
What's that of it? Jesus Christ.
すごかったよ。俺、愛されてる。
He is seriously out of it. I want to save time and talk about our next step, but Tamo had become completely useless.
成田、もっとくっつく。ギュッてして、俺のこと。
She rubbed her cheeks and head into my chest. Felt like I was being marked by an animal. In fact, she probably was marking me as her property.
うん。汗をかいたままだと風邪をひいてしまうかもしれないな。
いやー、じゃあ一緒にシャワー。成田、俺の体洗って。
She purred like a cat and kissed my cheek and chest over and
タ
over.
マオは男ができるとダメになるタイプだったようだね。
よくわからないけど。
Jesus
で
Christ.
は、二人でシャワーを浴びるとしよ
お姫様抱っこ。
う。いいとも。
I picked her up and carried her to the bathroom, deciding to think about what to do next after we got clean. I took a shower at the same time. Didn't let me go even then. But that made me
これ
happy.
で頭も元通り冴えるというものだな。
おう。
She's back to her senses. Oh boy. Tamo sat on my bed, still as a Jesus statue. She must have gotten embarrassed when she reflected on all her words and deeds.
着替えはどうするかね。
元の服着てパパッと部屋に戻る。それより成田。
She suddenly raised her head, looking strangely serious.
俺、この学園やっぱり好きなんだ。守りたいよ。
It's hard to protect it. Kinda need to dismantle it first and build it up from anew, since, you know, it's kind of built around the whole, I assume, human experimentation on Halos. On HMIs.
殺すのではなく、倒すのでもなく、守りたいと願うのかね。
こんなこと思うの初めてだけど。俺みたいな裏の人間がそんなこと言うの、お門違いかもしれないけど。
気づいているか？タマオの言葉は一つの矛盾をはらんでいる。
She looked down and nodded slightly. Despite it all, she was clever, so of course she knew.
タマオが真実を突き止めれば、スクールは少なからぬ打撃を受けるだろう。君の背景の意図にもよるが、機に乗じて解体されることも十分にあり得る。
There was another possibility, one I couldn't tell her. If she needed Narita to fulfill his goal, the academy could easily vanish. It was akin to an oasis supported only by an individual known as Kurofune Mikado. Without him as a pillar, this paradise had no hope of remaining what it was.
でも、俺たちが何もしなかったら、この先も大勢死人が出るんだろう。俺たちと同じ HMI が誰かの事情で勝手に殺されていく。
そうだ。
そんなの許せるわけがない。
時間はまだある。最後の瞬間に迷わないで済むようよく考えておきたまえ。己が何を守りたいのか、何を成したいのか、それはタマオ自身にしか出せない答えなのだから。
She nodded again. For Tamo, the academy was a small paradise as well as an enemy, so she had to figure out what to protect and what to destroy. Peace, justice, life, or...
成田、ありがとう。
タマオは大切な人だ。君が安らかにあるのは 私にとっても喜びだよ。
I asked the same question myself. Could I do it? Of course, I'd long since gathered my resolve.
じゃあ明日は早速あの森に。
いや、それはしばらく待ちたまえ。
Tamo clenched her fist, but I stopped her by raising my hand.
なんでだよ。怪我だって治ってただろ。
You don't know where the new cameras are?
玉の体はとても美しかった。だが、あの森の奥、学園中枢を攻めるとすれば大仕事だ。請求に挑んでは、我々の正体露見の危険もある。これ以上の死者を出したくないと焦る気持ちはわかるが、失敗しては元も子もない。慎重に事を運ばねばな。まず外堀から埋めていく。今夜玉尾が持ってきた情報を調べさせようと思う。何かわかれば隠し立てせずに知らせよ
う。わかった。成田がそう言うなら待つよ。
Last time we tried to uncover the Academy's secrets, we faced a powerful obstacle. We had to be more careful on a second attempt. Two days had passed. I'd contacted Hishia yesterday and asked her to look into a few things. Any information that helped with our trek through the forest would have been greatly appreciated, but it didn't expect too much. It was fair to consider a forceful approach. We had the regular ball next week. A powerful political presence there would surely shift the focus of security. Seemed like a good time to make a move, but I wasn't certain. Still had something to take care of that had nothing to do with Tamao. I had 3 people left to punish, and had to avoid someone finding out Shinri Narita's true identity at all costs. Or perhaps it was smarter to rush and get rid of the other people before Kurufuna. Would have to trek to the forest to kill him eventually, and I wouldn't want anything getting in my way, even if it meant our separation. Hiding such thoughts completely, I cheerfully entered the classroom.
おはよう諸君。外はまばゆいばかりの朝の光。まるで私のように最高の快晴ではないかね。
Most of the students were already in their seats. The ground sitting at the back looked up at me inquisitively.
おはよう成田。玉尾は？
後から行くと言っていたが。
そう。今日はちゃんとたどり着いてくれればいいんだけど。
もうすぐ授業始まっちゃうけど、まだ来ないし心配だよ。どこかの壁に引っかかっているんじゃ。
一昔前のゲームキャラじゃないですよ。精度としてはもっと低めっぽいですが。上。
The fuck? Ada laughed in a curious manner, but fell silent the moment Sako shot her a reproachful look.
今のはどこの風習かね？東南アジアだろうか。
Subculture.
アジアには違いありませんが、極めて東の方でたしなまれている風習です。自分、教養深いですので。
Sako and Soroko looked at each other, clearly in distress. Understood them very well. After the dreamlike experience 2 days ago, Tamo started acting far too strange. She went to classes normally without trying to show off in front of everyone, but every now and then some strange alien influence overwhelmed her and she turned into a hopeless maiden. Whoops. For example, when Sako spoke to her during lunch yesterday.
玉尾、どうしたの？またぼーっとして。
Can you repeat that?
玉尾、どうしたの？またぼーっとして。
I don't know why the mata is so fucking funny to me.
うるせえ。乙女のハッピーだよ。
Jesus Christ. Some people say like fucking like you can get high on happiness. She is actually like properly high on fucking happiness. She spoke not to Sakura, but to growth at her side.
玉緒ちゃん、とうとう壊れちゃったのかな。サナトリウム行きの準備をした方がいい？
もう少し経過を見ましょう。案外ここんとこ約60度の角度で殴ると一時的に治るかもしれません。
すると一定時間ごとに殴り続ければまともなまま保てるということになるのかね。
玉緒がパンチドランカーになるからやめて。
Everyone in the dorm knew of the cause of Tamo's affliction. They were okay with it, but they also wanted the original Tamo back. They wanted it to return to normal.
おや、みんな集まって何の相談だろ
Door opened and in came Taigi. As always, he was accompanied by a
う。
maid.
美しきかな友情ということだよ。これほど古くまた新しい輝きはこの地上にも数えるほどしかないのだ。
う。同意しよう。友情、類まれなる宝石。それだけに僕はこうも思う。友人に偽りで欺かれるのは辛いことだろうと。
I've had his words reduce the temperature around us. Taigi really did suspect something. Specifically that I, Tamo Akaito, were enemies out to harm the academy. I had no basis for my assumption, but still believed it to be true.
世の中には嘘をついた方が良い場合もある。という
真実は時に何者にも勝る痛苦をもたらすというわけだね。なるほど。成田は哲学的だ。
Like, I just want to, like, see from a, like, an outside perspective whenever they go into, like, this situation. Like, just an outside observer just, like, what the fuck are those two on about?
大義は史上豊かであるらしい。
The air softened, signaling the end. For now. Taigi sat in his chair and told his maid to wait outside, a faint smile on his face all the while. The girls continued to talk about how to handle, or do away with, the current Tamao.
自分的にショック療法もおすすめです。一般クラスに生体電流を発することができる子がいると聞いた覚えもありますので、バリリ。やっぱりこういうのは対症療法じゃなく原因を元から立たないとダメかな。
Seemingly giving up on something, the crown's insignia looked around with empty
原
eyes.
因をってどうするの？
Sakura suddenly turned around and approached me.
ここ数日で玉緒の様子が随分悪化してるような気がするんだけど、身に覚えある？
さすがは音無し作。軽眼だね。いかにも私のせいで玉緒はおかしくなったのだよ。
あれだけ寮でベタベタされたら嫌でもわかるし、とにかく自重して、
夜ごと声が聞こえて困るとかかね。玉緒は可愛らしい声を上げるのでお耳の邪魔になるということはないと思うのだが。
生々しい。頑張ってください。立ち上がれ作。ファイトです作。思わずめまいが。でもそうよね。私筆頭だもん。私がやらなくて一体他に誰がスクールの平和を守れるの？頑張れ私。
Urged by the cheering, Sakura recovered.
はい作、鼻血拭いて。
出てない。
僕、玉緒ちゃんなりにきちんと考えた上でのことだと思うよ。玉緒ちゃん、そういうところはしっかりしてる子でしょ。
そういう問題でもない。
Sakura made Soroko back down and brought her face close to the mine.
玉緒にそこまでしておいて覚悟は決まってるんでしょうね。私としてはこのままミス玉緒が不幸になるのを見過ごすわけには。
愛とは二人に最高の幸せを与えるものではないのかね。 もちろん私は玉緒に対して精神的充足だけでなく肉体的な
Saku lost the ability to stand straight, so Sora had to support her.
しっかりして気を確かに成田真理、まさかこれほどまで恐るべき男であったとは。サクをこのような形で KO するとは自分にも予想外でした。
うん、もっと心地よい称賛を続けたまえ。
ともかく成田のせいで玉緒はおかしくなって学園生活どころか日常生活もまともに送れないような深刻な状態になってるの。
Made to turn it all around in the final round, you gathered her courage and pounced at me
だ
again.
から
As if to drown her out, a new challenger approached through the door. Speaking of the devil, it was Tamo, however.
おはようございます。
Does that mean she dyed her hair? I assume it means she's dyeing her hair, usually. And is wearing contacts.
出ちゃった。にゃー、出会え、電柱でござりまする。地球破壊爆弾持ってきてください。
Like, I just want to know what the fuck's going on with, like, the regular students at the front. Like, what the fuck is going on back there? You're fucking scared. I kinda don't want to get any closer to the 812s anyways. Like, I used to want to be a part of that group. Now I'm just like, fuck that. I'm fucking scared. The anomaly made everyone in the classroom stand up and back away. Tamo's glasses shone.
なんだこれは。玉緒なのか。
かつて玉緒だったものらしい。
Even Narita's like, what the fuck happened? Even Taigi and I were overwhelmed. Such immense power. What was this? Tamo turned into someone completely different. Is this the cosplay everyone's talked about? Her hair had been parted in two and bound at a lower level. She looked like a schoolgirl from old monochrome photos. Where had she gotten those round glasses? I didn't even think they came in such sizes.
どうしたのかね、玉緒。生き別れの兄弟でも人質に取られたのか。
何を言っているんですか、成田さん。だってこの間。
Be about how he said that he likes me, girl, but he also added that his affections are with her now. And fucking register that well enough, it seems. How?
君は本物の清楚な乙女だとも。やはり乙女とは核あるべきだ。
っておっしゃっていたじゃないですか。
I certainly had said that. People from all corners of the classroom glared daggers at me. Not just any daggers, but ones covered in leaf and painful incurable poison. Was the transformation really my fault? In all honesty, it seemed good in its own right.
とても似合っているよ、玉緒。 可愛い姿だ。
I almost saw a flower garden form around her head. She truly enjoyed the praise. I wished to lavish her with it. Of course, I hadn't been the least bit honest either. Dishonest, I mean. Freeing her hair seemed like an enjoyable task, and no man disliked his beloved changing herself for his sake. That much was obvious. Maybe want to have her don a simple apron and stand in the kitchen.
しかし玉尾、
どうかしましたか成田さん。他に何かしてみましょうか。リボンとかヘアバンドとか。
This is fucking scary, help me! She's just gonna fucking like turn into a yandere at this point, help! She looked like a dog who hadn't seen its owner in 3 days. It made me feel guilty.
なんとかしろ成田。僕死んじゃうかも。これが人類絶滅の原因ですか。
They spoke to me almost telepathically. Shindani Narito is a man who walked his own path. Looks and criticism didn't bother him in any way. Tamo had acted on her own will as well, so I respected her resolve. However, I had to agree with the other crowd's assessment.
清純な玉尾はとても可愛い。
そうですか。そうですか。もう成田さん。もう。
とはいえ、私は普段通りの玉尾が好きだ。なぜなら、ありのままの玉尾にこそ惹かれたのだから。
物は言いようということなのかな。
というより諸悪の根源が何を偉そうに。
でも玉緒ちゃんは嬉しそうにしてるから
そんな砂糖がしめいた甘さで世知辛いシャバを生き抜けるものではないのです成田のように必要ならばあらゆる卑劣な言葉を浪する高顔さこそが必要なのですか。
私はいつでも完膚なきまでに本気だと思う。
I replied to the criticism I heard coming from behind me. Tamo got lost in her own world again as Edo and a number of other students took out their phones and snapped photos of this precious moment. And so the pure Tamo vanished like an illusion, becoming mere data. Becoming mere data, I mean. So now we have Tamo and Data Tamo. It does not work like Sora, Data Sora. Sora, not Sora. Let me get the fucking picture again. Hold on. Come on, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Sora, not Sora, Carry Sora, Puppet Sora, not Sora, Sora, not Sora, Digi Sora, Dream Sora, Chess Sora, and Yo Sora. A few days later, I got a reply from Hishiya, right before Tamo and I walked out of the academy. Since Taigi suspected us, it was dangerous to converse within its premises. Taking care of the devices in our rooms was a simple task. But the same couldn't be said for things in our neighbors' rooms. Even if we ran the risk of getting caught, leaving the academy felt safer. We arrived at the same spot as last time. Tamo looked somewhat bashful. That reminded me that we'd first kissed in that exact spot. I understood her bashfulness, but such sentiments had to be postponed.
この間の話の続きだ。玉尾から受け取った情報を菱谷に調べさせた。
成田にも使える手駒がいるんだな。そいつ尻尾をつかまれるようなドジは踏んでねえだろうな。
The introduction of a new name made her suspicious.
無用心配だとも菱谷はできる次女なのでね。それに学園をめぐるこのところの立て続けの返事、策への襲撃、コレオグラフでの爆発、それに森に近づいた正体不明の侵入者、つまり私たちだが、どれも内部に詳しい者の協力がなければ難しい。黒船たちも外よりもむしろ内通者の存在に注意を払っているだろう。その分菱谷は動きやすくなる。
Oh, the irony.
なるほど。それで
Seems interested, so I
タマオ
continue.
のファイルにあった死亡記事についてだ。死んだ者を細かく追跡して調査させたところ、彼らのカルテに改ざんされた跡を発見した。
改ざん？それってどういう意味なんだ？
血液中に不可解な成分が増加していた。詳細の分析には失敗したが、何らかの薬物を投与されたのではないかと。
あいつらが死んだのは誰かに一服盛られたから？事故とか自殺とかは表向きで、実は全員が？いや、でも何のためにわざわざ？大体全国規模だぞ。そんな規模で薬物のそんなのまるでモルモット扱いじゃん。
扱いどころではないよ。
This could only be described as an absurd
健
experiment.
康診断、予防接種、あるいは通院など、様々な機会を通じて極めて組織的に、それも広範囲にわたって薬物投与を行うシステムが構築されているのは間違いない。この学園、天川ノーブルスクールもその巨大な実験機械の一部なのだろう。
そこまで言うってことは、スクールが一枚噛んでるっていう確実な証拠出てきたのか？
投与に関連したと思われる医療施設にはどれも椿姫製薬が納品を行っていた。聞き覚えはないかね。スクールの有力スポンサーの一つだ。
そっか、つながったか。
It was mere situational evidence, but it was still enough to be almost certain. The Academy was involved in the deaths of many. That news made Tamo exhale a resigned
一
sigh.
体何の薬物だと思う？
That's a question, more like a request for
見
confirmation.
当はついているのだろう。そうだ。投与されたと思われる地域から死者と学園の入学資格者の双方が現れるということは、
They're trying to make a drug that awakens like regular people to HMI or something.
人為的に
Yeah.
HMI を作り出す薬。
適性のある者へのアセンションを誘発する薬といった方が適切かもしれないがね。
And unqualified individuals go insane. An experiment utilizing a substance that produced ascensions occurred on a national scale. It was safe to assume that a decent number of the HMIs at the Academy were actually created through those experiments.
ハローにちなんで仮にオアギオスとでも呼ぼう。HMI の発生率は80年代以降世界各地で増加傾向にあるが、国内に限って言うと特に 4,5 年前からかなり急激な増加が見られている。HMI の出現率の増えた時期に実用化に成功し、臨床試験として投与し始めた。実験なり試験なりは数値として変化が表に出る以前から行われていたはずだ。
でも HMI の腎臓とか本当に可能なのか？
残念ながら専門家でない私には何とも言えないが、不可能を消去して最後に残ったものはいかに奇妙であっても真実なのだ。17世紀のとある鉄人武道家の言葉だよ。
記事の死んでた奴らは、それじゃあそのオアギオスの副作用か何かで死んだのか？
おそらくは。これだけ異常の薬物だ。副作用も相当に強力なのだろうね。それに効果が安全ならもっと大々的な試験や運用がされていてしかるべきだろう。
It was a forbidden fruit that brought destruction to the unworthy. But instead of wisdom, it granted power.
スクールから退学していく学生も副作用で体が壊れていったのか？
Her fist clenched in anger. She must have been thinking of
ニ
Mittori.
トリは俺が出会った時にはもう行き止まりの運命だったの。
その判断はまだ早計だ。私や玉緒がいるように HMI の全てが腎臓ではないのだから。
She nodded.
もう一つ玉緒に教えておくことがある。椿姫製薬はとある外資系企業の日本向け窓口だ。 GN 社知っているかね？
ほにゃ、俺そういうの疎いし。
Tamo needed to study society some more. Again, multinational corporations had a tendency to hide from the world.
GN 社は世界最大のバイオ化学メーカーだ。特に遺伝子操作穀物の種子ではシェアの 92% を独占している。典型的なインペリアルコーポレーション。つまり帝黒船の背景には広範囲での実験を長期間にわたって表沙汰にせず組織的に実施できるだけの力を持ったコミュニティがついている。
Corporate empires were the new world order of the 21st century. They had the power then of entire smaller countries, but the concepts of nation and people didn't even apply to them. This was our enemy, exported Kurofuna due to their focus on profit. For such a major system, a single person was nothing. It was akin to a battle between a dragon and an ant.
だから
Tamo raised her head, showing no hint of the gloom and paralysis from before. It had been replaced with a raging fire and unshakable will.
相手が誰だとかバックにいるやつが偉いとかそんなの喧嘩に関係あるかよ。そんなもんで俺が引き下がると本気で思ってやがんのか。
Even though she heard her enemy had an unimaginable power, Tamo chose to continue moving forward. It felt foolishly honest to find Tamo perfectly. Despite being an Akahito at birth, she had a burning hatred of evil. A righteous anger against the system that trampled the clueless masses burned within her. It had always been there, no matter how hard she suppressed or silenced it. The shine was exactly what attracted me. It was so bright I feared going blind. Those who would laugh and call it naive or stupid could laugh all they wanted. This kind of foolish, brave passion is what shattered the world's order, regardless of the era.
もちろん思ってなどいないとも。ここで折れる玉緒であれば私としても随分気は楽だがね。だが敵は兄弟無比だ。正面から挑んだところで万有だけでは無意に敗れるのがオチだろう。常人を超えたハローを持っていようと我々は全能の神ではない。小さな人の身に成し得ることはわずかだ。我々はそのわずかをなすために神明を落とすもの。
ああ、分かってる。
ならば十分だ。取り得る術は一つ。兵を競って勝てないのなら毒の探検を持って背後から心臓を貫けばいい。すなわち学園中枢に隠された秘密を白日のもとにさらし、この事態の中心にいるだろう黒船を倒すこと。システムの頭脳とも言うべき男を排除すれば計画を頓挫させることも不可能ではないはずだ。
Tamo closed her eyes to consider my words. When she opened them, I saw no remaining hint of hesitation. Tamo Wakahito had decided to walk her own path.
俺、こんなところで立ち止まらない。最後までやるか。
The moon above seemed rather pale. Tamo stood tall and looked toward it with a challenging gaze.
俺、成田がいてくれてよかった。
The two silhouettes melted under the moonlight as she raised her heels. Sweet sensation filled my mouth as our lips joined. After parting them, Tamo looked up at me with damp eyes. Time had come, and Tamo knew it well. No my words were needed. It was time to nestle close to each other. Tamo clung to me so hard that I felt she'd mocked me. I responded in kind and embraced her. Our bodies connected perfectly, and our hearts began to beat as one. Under the shade of the trees, I clutched her shivering shoulders and kissed her again. The shadows we cast were long.
成田、一つ頼みがあるんだけど。
If you think I can see the CG with that expression and not use that as a thumbnail, you're fucking wrong. Tamo had a serious expression on her face. The amorous aura from before seemed to be all but gone.
ふむ。内容によるが、まずは行ってみたまえ。
俺 男とこういう風になるのは諦めてたけど、やっぱりどこか憧れてて、恋人同士って特別な呼び方で呼び合うだろ。多分だけど普通は呼び捨てにし合う。だから成田に玉緒って呼ばれても特別な感じがしないというか。
つまり私だけの玉緒への呼び方が欲しい、そういうことでいいのかな。
そう、できればそういうのがいい。
Well, this was the girl who wanted to be princess carried. Wasn't it like her to expect something like this? This wasn't much of a request. She merely wanted me to change the way I dressed her, so I had no reason to
わかった、
refuse.
考えてみよう。しかしいざ呼び名を考えるとなるとなかなか思い浮かばないものだな。
玉緒ちゃんは空子が使ってるからな。
Need was what all the other crowns called her. Though thinking of an alternative was difficult. Suddenly a certain answer came to mind. It was without flaw and felt just right. It was a word someone had said at some point in time that seemed to describe her really well. Really well was underselling it. The word spoke of the very nature of her being. It was short and easy to use as a pet name. Anyone who heard it used as such would instantly understand who it referred to.
筋肉。
ぶっ殺すぞ。
お気に召さなかったか。
当たり前だ。筋肉って呼ばれて喜ぶ女がどこの世界にいるんだよ。
ならば他を考えよう。玉緒も何かあれば言ってくれ。
It would be easier if she said what she wanted me to call her. That would prevent me from giving her names she wouldn't approve of. Though, where did her boldness from before go? She was fidgeting bashfully, which to me seemed like a gesture expressing that she wanted the pet name to come from my mind. In that case, I had to give the best one I could think of. Based on everything so far, it seemed like she wanted an abbreviation.
では、タマちゃんではどうだろう。
She looked for a moment, but then realized something.
それ自体は悪くはない気がするんだけど、なんか川に住んでそうで。
Now she mentions my dear maid had informed me of such a creature at some point. In that
おっ
case.
ちゃん。
言うと思ったけどさ、おかしいだろ、女の子におっちゃんって。嫌がらせ以外の何でもないからな。
Seemed to be more against it than she was against muscle, which made me believe she had a higher appreciation of her muscles than she presented.
待ちたまえ。おっちゃんではない。おっちゃんだ。決して中年の男性を指す言葉ではない。
同じことだ。
人の呼び名を決めるというのは思っていたよりも随分難しいようだ。
もういいよ、玉緒で。
She gave up, but she didn't look dejected.
無理に呼ぶよりさ、呼びたいように呼んでもらうの一番だって今のやりとりで気づいた。
そうか。では玉緒、よろしく頼む。
こちらこそよろしく。
As the name left my mouth, I subconsciously put more emotion behind it, leading me to say what
愛
followed.
しているよ、玉緒。
We kissed yet again. Was a kiss deep enough to leave no regret, even if it were our last? I did not mean to click there. I wanted to enjoy the moment, but it was late, so we had to hurry back.
玉緒、一人で立てるかね。
まだ無理。成田、抱っこしてて。
Still on the ground, Tamo spread out her hands.
しようのない甘えん坊だ。
だって俺、こんなの初めてだから。
She tiredly latched onto me. Found it hard to refuse her when she got like that. Would have loved to embrace the lazy princess for a bit longer, but we didn't have the time for that, unfortunately. Instead,
では、玉緒が立てるようになるまでは大玉マイクとしよう。
Tamo turned red as a tomato as we headed back to the academy. Once we stepped out of the grove, I stopped. Tamo didn't seem to understand why, since there was nothing to be wary of.
どうかしたのか？
見てみたまえ。
はあ、
Standing on high ground, we looked at the dark scenery. It wasn't as magnificent as the Grand Canyon, or a place that defied human knowledge, like the Gobi Desert. A dense, dark forest lit up by the faint moonlight. It neither rejected nor welcomed mankind. It felt an entirely different order was at work here. Was at work in it. Something rather unique to Japan. This wasn't our first time sneaking out of the academy together, but we hadn't stopped to take in the
良い
view.
眺めではないかね。
はあ、なんか成田のくせにロマンチックなとこじゃねえか。
むしろ私は玉緒のくせにロマンチックな風情が理解できるのだね。
This was a dense forest about 10 kilometers away from the city. It was very special, but it was beautiful all the
こ
same.
んな近くにこんないいところがあったなんて。
地方の都市部の郊外に広がる森はどこでも珍しくないし、どこにでも美しさは存在するのだろうね。それを救い取れるか否かは見る者次第というわけだ。
それって余裕を持てって話か。
いかようにも受け取ってくれて構わないとも。さて、思わぬ時間を取ってしまった。不在が知られぬうちに急いで駆け戻るとしよう。
はあ、行っちゃえ。
Embracing Tamo, who showed no intention of getting out of my arms, I became one with the wind and headed towards the academy. I patiently, cautiously waited for the right opportunities. Thus came the end of the month, and with it the monthly ball. The ball was an important event where a select few students, and it was, interacted with powerful VIPs to form connections for future endeavors. However, that particular ball was special because it also celebrated Kurofune Mikado's birthday. Slow music played as I took Tamo's hand and led her to the hall. The hall appeared both gaudy and luxurious. VIPs were clearly influential people, and there were about twice as many of them as last time.
今夜の客はまたひときわ豪華だね。この私でも知る顔がいくつも混じっている。
Some were CEOs of major Japanese companies, mainstays from the government's ruling party, some other individuals you often saw in the news. Additionally, there were some locals, like T Prefecture's governor, the head of the anti-HMI task force, and men with strong ties to the academy.
知事といえば、名前は何と言ったかな。確か以前にも聞いたはずだが、まあよかろう。
I'd forgotten, only naturally considered and made it a point to forget the names of most men.
これではさしもの私も緊張で萎縮してしまいそうだね。今夜は身をつつましく壁の花となり、隅で縮こまっているとしよ
う。いや、成田、さっきからめちゃくちゃ態度でかいけど。お前が主賓かよというレベルよ。せめてもう少しでいいから萎縮していなさい。
Saku welcomed us with a glass in hand. Apparently the students didn't understand truly sensitive souls. Soroko and Eru walked from VIP to VIP. With our arrival, all étoiles had gathered. The one missing was the guest of honor himself, Kurofune Mikado. Having nothing better to do, I went to the buffet.
これはうまい。実に良い腕のシェフだ。あえてこのような場で物おじせず、アコウダイを使ってくるあたり、自身の腕と舌に相当な自信があるのだろう。
アコウダイというか成田、もうちょっと場の空気をだな。
食べるべき時には食べるのが信条でね。アコウダイは一時期は安価な魚で大衆魚扱いされてきた。今では漁獲量がいくらか減少したとはいえ、あえてここでその魚を選ぶとは。
I observed people as I enjoyed the food. There were countless big names from various spheres. Kurofune's connections were not to be underestimated.
なあ、成田、ちょっと居心地悪くないか？
Tamos acted meek like a cat outside of its territory.
君はこの類のイベントは苦手なのかね。私の記憶が確かなら、先月の夜会での君はそれなりに堂々とした態度だったが。
そんなつまらないことまでどうしてそこまで覚えてんだよ。俺お祭りみたいな賑やかさならいいんだけど、こういうパーティーみたいなのは堅苦しくて。
ガサツに見えて鋭いのは玉緒らしいね。その通り、今夜の曲は毎月の夜会以上に食わせ物が揃っている。
成田はいつも通り態度でかいよな。
誤解があるようなので訂正しておきたいのだが、繊細な私はこの場の空気に当てられてあわや熱病かというありさまだよ。玉緒の小さな胸でねぎらってほしいところだ。
そういうのは後で二人だけの時にしろって。それと俺の胸は別に小さくねえか。
Hiding my true emotions, I replied with a vague smile. To be honest, I felt rather stuffy in the room. Heat began to molten iron burn inside me, and its name was displeasure. Shinri Narita truly didn't enjoy this ball. But why? I looked at my heart, but found no answer.
成田、あれ
Tamo pulled on my sleeve, bringing me back to reality. A whisper-like voice had a hint of tension in it, putting me on edge. Some put Tamo on high alert, then it had to have been exceedingly dangerous. Instead of pointing, she nonchalantly looked in a certain direction. It was a tiny maid that often accompanied Taigi. She leaned into a wall of the luxurious hall, still as a painting. If she was awaiting new orders, she was doing it perfectly. Couldn't tell if it was number 1 or number 2, but it did know that both of them were in attendance as staff.
メイドがどうかしたのかね。玉緒もメイドという奥深い美しさに目覚めたというのであれば、私としてもぜひもない。
そうじゃねえって。あのメイド間違いない。森で俺たちがやり合った相手だ。
間違いないのか。
匂いが同じだった。
The unexpected revelation made me gasp. Humans didn't have good sense of smell, but Tamo was different. Her halo improved all her physical attributes, making her sense of smell on par with the canines.
あのメイドは大義が何度も教室に同行させてきた。その時は気がつかなかったのかな。
気がつかなかったっていうか、匂いが違ってたと思う。でもあいつ、あそこの壁際にいるのは確かに俺たちがやり合ったやつだ。
なるほど。1号2号と呼ばれていたのは双子だからかと思ったが、どうやら3人目以降もいるらしいな。
Back when I tied Takeshi Hanazono to gather data for me, a monster chased after him. Hisha had sniped it off as it clung to the car, sending it hurtling into the darkness. I hadn't discovered what it was, but Hanazono called it a monster controlled by Kurofune. Thinking about it once more, I realized that the monster that attacked Hanazono and the shapeless guardian of the forest shared common ground. Both were inhuman and perhaps even supernatural. The physical prowess required to jump onto a speeding car and the ability to chase away both me and Tamo with just a crossbow were otherworldly.
あのメイドが3号かそれとも4号なのかはともかくとして、さすがは帝黒船といったところか。
おい、どこ行くんだ。
玉緒はしばらくはそちらのふりを通しているように、私は少し探りを入れてこよう。
Taigi Migado kept the VIPs occupied while awaiting his father's arrival.
我々は見ようによってはキーに見えるかもしれません。しかし古来より変わりゆく時代の節目では、古き者にとって新しきものは理解しがたいものなので
Is
す。
it gonna be a case of a maid always accompanying Taigi to keep not to protect Taigi in case something happens, but to keep surveillance over him? Is that gonna be the case? I feel like Taigi isn't gonna be on the same wavelength as Mikado. Like, he does want this kind of paradise for HMIs or something, but he's not completely on the same wavelength as Kurofune. So Kurofune basically has a maid constantly keep surveillance on Taigi. something
何
like
事に
that.
つけ人を滑る者とはただ人とは異なる力を持っています。ここにいらっしゃった方々が知性の者から見ればやはり特別であるように、特別な才覚、知性、美貌、人とは異なる特質こそノーブルの資質と言えるでしょう。
He walked between the guests and told them about the Academy's ideology, looking as bold as ever. He spoke without a hitch, and many surely took his words at face value. I, however, wondered what the coldness in his eyes meant. How strongly did he believe in his father's ideals? The smile on his face seemed so much like a mask that I had trouble reading his emotions. After waiting for him to walk away from the guests, I approached him.
今をときめく天川ノーブルスクール理事長の息子としてはもう少し華やかに振る舞う方が良くはないのかね。
派手なのは苦手なのさ。出来の悪い二代目はなるべく影に隠れてやり手の父親の評判を落とさないことに不信しているよ。
うん。それで目立たないように今夜は普段のお月も見えないというわけか。
The maids were staff here, but they weren't acting as waitresses. In fact, they weren't doing anything at all. Strange as it seemed, they just walked around, careful not to get in the guests' ways.
なるほど。成田は不思議に思っているわけだ。彼女たちはこの会場で何をしているのだろうかと。
私は好奇心旺盛なたちなのでね。
気をつけた方がいい。好奇心は猫を殺すと昔から言うそうだよ。
Taigi Mikoto suspected Shinri Narita. He had no proof, but he thought that I had something to do with some of the strange happenings on the Academy's grounds. However, Shinri Narita suspected Taigi Mikoto as well. I assumed he was a poisoned dagger sent for me by Kurofune.
心配をしてくれるとは、まさに友情、核あるべし。それならば安心してくれたまえ。この私が死ぬはずはない。
A revenant couldn't die again after all. We knew of each other's suspicions. We suspected each other, blindly believing in our convictions without proof, while talking like true friends. While we did, we searched for each weaknesses, looking for any cracks to break in the other's masks.
彼女たちは特別性さ。僕や父の身辺警護も兼ねている。今はこの会場のね。
昨今の不穏を鑑みて警備を厳重にしたというわけかね。うん。私から見てもただのメイドにしか見えないが、偽装とすれば見事なものだ。とはいえ、エトワールである大義の護衛が務まるのならば、それ相応のものということになるのかね。
どう思う？成田は。
HMI suited the role best. Seemed like a reasonable answer, but why would a group of HMIs who were that capable not be enrolled in the academy? According to Kotofune's Mikoto's ideals, HMIs were future nobles, so they had to be trained as such. The man was my most hated enemy, but I could trust him to never falter in that regard.
どうやら玉尾が待ちくたびれているようだ。謎かけの回答は次の機会までに用意しておこう。
次があることを祈っているよ。
His carefree words felt like an ominous premonition. I didn't want to return empty-handed, so I decided to pick up some drinks for us. Non-alcoholic cocktails to help us enjoy the feast. For Tamo, got a Shirley Temple. It was a simple cocktail made of ginger ale and a splash of grenadine. It was named after a child actress who took part in high society's soirees despite her young age. It was a good fit for Tamo. Still hadn't gotten used to such scenarios. For myself, got a Virgin Mary with a tomato juice base. The state of the ball suddenly shifted. A wave of commotion filled its every corner. Guest foreigner, Kurofune Mikoto, had arrived.
忙しい中、本日はこのささやかな祝いの席にお集まりいただき、感謝に耐えません。
Such greetings had a tendency to drag on, but Kurofune, pragmatic as he was, made it brief. Following Kurofune's orderly bow, the guests applauded.
本日は当スクールを代表する優秀な学生たちをこの場に招いております。
Kurofune pointed at the students scattered throughout the hall as he said
彼らは やがて真のノーブルとしてスクールを巣立ち、皆様と共に世界に新たな可能性を開くものとなるでしょう。
After that, an even louder round of applause rang out. Students of the crowd fixed their postures and puffed out their chests. For the HMIs, to walking out the maladies, the academy was probably the only place where they could be so proud of their nature. The starters show didn't look very elated. Seems so unaffected by anything that we could mistake him for a Roman bust. The tall, lean, middle-aged man next to him was the head of the Okushima's HMI task force, a true elite in his field. You could tell just by looking in his keen eyes, really. Shinzan Katsuragi stood by his other side. He was an older barrel-like man with a reverse mohawk. The noise of the party grew distant. The anger, the fiery rage that hadn't subsided over the past 7 years burned within me once more.
そうか。ようやくわかった。今夜の宴の何が私は気に入らなかったのか。
Suddenly made sense. The sinful idea of celebrating Kurofune Mikado's birthday made me want to vomit. My sister and every other Mikado had been robbed of their futures along with any hope of similar celebrations. The ones who'd taken it all away stood before me. If they'd simply forgotten their sin amidst the celebration, I had to remind them. They were mere traitors and nothing more.
おい成田、どうしたんだ。そんなとこで突っ立ってたら邪魔だぞ。
I heard Tamo talk to me, but I didn't even turn around. Joyful conversations, the sonorous melodies made by the band, everything that irritated me to the point that I wanted to discard my self-control.
大丈夫だ。
は？何が大丈夫？俺の話聞いてる？
聞いている。大丈夫。問題はない。
Of course I wasn't fine. My body had betrayed my mind and moved right in front of Kurofune. Was surrounded by guests. Oh no! Just like stands in front of him. Shunsui Mikado send his regards.
おい成田、マジでどうした？
成田真理。
His mechanical eyes, too cold for a guest of honor, sharpened as they looked at me. Felt like he was looking down at an enemy, which only made my anger worse.
おー、ミスター成田。そらことは仲良くしていただいていますから。はや、以前の話は滞りなく。
Soroko's father was clearly drunk. His voice lacked sobriety and annoyed me to no end. You too, Shinzan Katsuragi. Looked inward and tried to calm myself down.
今夜は生誕の祝いに招いていただいて感謝に耐えない。
Fake calmness, producing a mask that was as well crafted as a jewel.
スクールには慣れたか。
問題ない。多くのことが分かった。
I didn't curse him with words. If I did, it would have jeopardized my goals. Words were a tool used to help people understand each other, so they did not apply in a conversation between us. The only future we shared was one where we took from each other. My emotions became a storm akin to Charybdis' whirlpool. Do it, they said. Waiting any longer is unacceptable. Show him the weight of 7 years of hate, he proclaimed. The chest hurt, felt like it had been pierced. It almost felt like the wound in my right hand had opened up and began spilling blood. Bloodlust did everything in its power to assert control of my mind. I knew my sanity was on the verge of collapse.
では、今後の活躍に期待しよう。
あと少しだ。その時が待ち遠しい。
He didn't seem to care about my questionable response. Knowing my words, he lightly bowed to Katsuragi and the chief before going to greet the other guests. Be still. In an attempt to cover the wound in my right hand, I sunk my nails into it so hard I almost tore the skin. It took all I had to crush the destructive urge to assault Kurofune Mikado immediately.
ああ、もう お父さん強くないのにこんなに飲んでしまって。
Is she gonna just take one look at him and just see the fucking scar that she saw the first time just wide fucking open?
わしは酔ってなんかない。酔ってなんかないぞ。ほら、こうまっすぐ歩ける。いってねえ、いってねえ。
すみません、皆さんご迷惑をおかけして。
Soraka supported her drunk father and bowed to the other guests. Soraka took her father outside, probably give him some fresh air to help clear his head. He looked so defenseless. I resorted to saying it out loud at that point. Closing my eyes, I tried to hide my raging emotions. What good would come out of starting a losing battle? I'd become a revenant and return to this country in order to enact my revenge. Couldn't very well waste 7 years worth of blood and pain in a place like this. If I knew it, I'd follow Shinzan. My mind remained clear, but my body was being ravaged by an unnatural heat. Inside one of the hall windows, I saw Shinzan Katsuragi. Released by his daughter, he looked extremely frail and defenseless. So I had probably gone to get him some water. No one else stood nearby.
Sorako! Oi, Sorako! どこにいるんだ?
Pleasantly drunk, he smiled as he called for his dear daughter. It was the face with which he betrayed the Mikados. The Katsuragis were a Mikado branch family that had left before any other. After mingling with commoners for many years, their blood grew thin, so starting with the previous generation, they had become little more than normal humans themselves. With that change came selfish human desires. It was only natural that Shinzan Katsuragi, the Mikado's treasure and link to the modern world, had started to develop a dislike for the Mikados. After all, in his mind, they were uncultured shut-ins who simply respected old and rotting traditions. They were naught but a hindrance to him. So he began thinking about how free he would be if they didn't exist. Thus he betrayed them by taking part in the conspiracy to kill everyone in the main family.
罪には罰を、裏切りにはふさわしき結末を。
That was why I had to.
誰かね。
Light footsteps brought back my sanity.
俺だよ。
Tamo had approached me from behind. Tamo said she wanted to go somewhere quiet, so we left the ball. So many people present, taking our leave hadn't proved a challenge.
尋ねたいこととは何かね。
成田。
Her tone seemed calm, but her eyes shone like that of a sharp
なん
beast.
て顔してるんだよ。
Tamo looked ready to burst into tears. After gathering resolve, she took a deep breath and...
俺のハローは身体機能の拡張だって知ってるよな。
今さらどうしてその話を。
Of course I knew that. The Tempest 4, Tamo's halo improved her physical prowess by increasing either output or accuracy and enabled her to perform feats that no normal human could imitate. It was an extremely simple halo, but that was exactly what made it so powerful.
人間の感情ってのはホルモンのバランスを変化させるし、脳内に化学物質を発生させるんだ。だから匂いを嗅げばある程度何を考えているのかわかる。それが強い感情ならなおさらだ。
Strong emotions, like murderous rage, perhaps.
なるほど。言われるまでもなく注意しているつもりだったが、感情の匂いとは正直見落としていたよ。ハローは単なる力と捉えるべきではない。人を超えた力を持っているだけなら、それは獣でも同じだ。重要なのはそれによる認識と思考の差異化といったところか。
Tamo stepped 3 steps ahead of me, like an invisible wall had formed between us.
成田、さっき何をするつもりだったんだ。
それは質問か、玉尾。それとも分かっていて尋ねているのかね。いずれにしても愚問だな。成田真理はなすべきことをなすために天下はノーブルスクールへと来た。何をするかと問われるのなら回答は常に一つだろう。
An explosive tension formed between us. I had no regrets, but I was a bit vexed. Tamo suspected me. The base urges had produced a reversible failure. No, that wasn't exactly the case. I'd always been careful not to be noticed by her or any other HMI. She's always watching me, so it's no surprise she found me out. In other words, the only mistake I'd made was expressing my love for her. We became close as a result, and she knows that I wasn't quite myself. Though perhaps I'd expected this since long ago. Now, as I always assumed we would eventually part.
成田、これから何をするつもりだったんだ？
She asked me like a child about to wail. I feel like glossing over it at this point is gonna be the wrong decision. The best choice was to make it through by hiding the truth. Tama wouldn't ask again, even if I lied, and she knew she would try to believe I spoke the
殺し
truth.
てしまいたかった。
I spoke like a machine. Something in my heart prevented me from lying. If she had planned to believe me despite it all, I couldn't very well sully her honest emotions. Regardless of how the situation progressed, Shinri Narita loved Tamao Akahito. There was no lie there. The problem was he'd already sworn an oath that outweighed his love.
殺すって、空子の親父をか。
She responded to my first true act of honesty in a calm, collected tone.
他に誰がいた？この場に、この夜に、この私の目の前に、あの男以外の一体誰が？そうとも、罪には罰を、裏切りには報いを、人ならざる獣どもにはふさわしき鉄槌を。それこそが、この成田真理が天下はノーブルスクールへ来た目的。かつて奴らは踏みにじった。信頼を、尊厳を、そこにあった生命と未来を、そして奪い去った。何もかも。そう。正しく何もかも。ただ奪うより何倍も罪深い。奴らの持てる全ては、裏切りと罪で築かれた血の頂上だ。今さら恨み事を言うつもりはない。そんな程度で帳尻が合うものか。私はただなすべきを、正しき復讐をなす。罪で築かれたものは憎悪に燃え尽きるのがあるべき結末だ。
でも復讐って分かってんのか成田。あいつは空子の父さんなんだぞ。たった一人の血のつながった親子なのに、それに人を手にかけるってことは。
Her Tamo clenched her teeth.
空子の父親だからなんだと。復讐とは死者に捧げる鎮魂だ。厳粛なる祈りだよ。死んだ者は帰ってこない。ならば生きている命を終わらせる他に贖う術のあるはずもない。私は殺そう。花を摘むように、虫を潰すように、人心を捨てた獣どもの生命を簒奪する。それは断じて揺るがない結末だ。そうとも、私もまだ一匹の獣。人の世の哀れなる者に別れを告げて、死より舞い戻った一個の亡霊。死者に人倫を問うなど、あまりに今更だ。それに、この復讐劇の幕は、とうに上がっている。最初の敵は打ち倒した。残るは3人。たとえ天上の神が立ちはだかろうと、私は奴らをこの手で打ち倒すだろう。
そんなのいいわけないだろ。それで殺すってことだぞ。空子の父親を殺して空子を泣かせて、他にもまだ。そんなのおかしい。絶対ダメだ。
The more she preached the path of a righteous man, the more cold I became. Avengers were born due to deficits in law and justice. No amount of preaching meant anything to someone who'd abandoned their humanity. Tamo couldn't see it. Perhaps she had, so he wished to ignore it. Her throat seemed to bleed as she spoke words that had no chance of ever reaching me.
君がそれを言うのか。命を奪ってはならないと。殺し屋である君が私に言うのかね。赤人玉を。
Overwhelmed by my burning desire for revenge, I said things that could never be unsaid. She cowered as though struck by lightning. She appeared to be on the verge of tears, already crying as her pale lips fell silent. She couldn't refuse my words. She had made a living out of taking lives. She was in no position to call it evil. That was fine. I wanted to distance her by using harsh words because I had long since predicted our separation. And yet...
だから言ってんだろ。成田まで俺みたいになってどうするんだよ。お前はもっと格好つけてまっとうなことしろよ。
My words had kept her from pushing herself way down to try to stop me. Putting herself down to try to stop me. Unbelievable. She didn't have any power to stand against me. She shouldn't have had any. Yet she stood her ground and faced me as though she'd forgotten how to back away. Suddenly I noticed a tear rolling down her
何
cheek.
もかも今更だ。復讐の幕は上がっている。それに、この場へ戻るために私がどれほど多くのものを奪ってきたかを伝えれば満足するか。すでに引き返す道はない。
ないなんてことあるか。
Words weren't enough for him. She jumped at me and grabbed me by my collar. Her eyes were wet with sincere tears, and the distant light made them appear extremely beautiful.
今までのことなんてどうだっていい。まだやってないことはいつでもやめられるだろうが。過去なんて関係ないってお前が言ったんだろ。
ここに及んでそんな問答に何の意味がある。
I brushed off her hands and created some distance between us. Several unknown emotions gathered in my calm heart, creating a complex pattern. I didn't understand. Tamo should have broken down already. Still, I couldn't tell her. I could tell her will wavered. One little push and things would come to an end. A brief moment between us would conclude, and I would return to being a cold-hearted avenger. All would return to its base state. No further mistakes would be made. New victory was within my grasp, but at the same time I couldn't picture Tamo giving up. So what if she just didn't fall? I felt her tear-filled gaze reach the very depth of my heart. Thus, I slowly closed my eyes and put a lid over my heart to keep those brief emotions from swaying me.
私は言うく。
There was nothing more to be said. If Tamo chose to stand in my way, I only had one
行か
option.
せね
Not giving up, she closed the distance between us. I could tell she planned to attack me if I ignored her and walked away. I'd expected as much. She planned to stop me even if she had to bind me, beat me down, or tie me up. She believed. There was no reasoning or logic behind her thought, but she still believed her actions just. That was why she did not
前
hesitate.
の覚えてるか。
Thus her next words were mildly unexpected.
前。唐突だな。前と言われてもどの前かね。
コレオグラフでかけたよな。爆発事件のせいで中途半端に終わったけど。
ああ、確かに。勝った方の願いを一つ聞くのだと、そういう条件をつけていた。
あの時の続きをしようぜ。お前の復讐をやめさせてやる。
I had a clear recollection of this incident several weeks ago when Tamo and I went at each other. Then I discarded to keep it from stirring my
わ
soul.
かった。そうでなければ納得できないのであれば、玉尾の潔さに応えよう。玉尾が勝てば、望み通りにしよう。だが、
The victory was
これ
mine.
以上の口出しは無用だ。
いいよ、それでいい。俺負けないから。
ならば正しく全力で相手をしよう。玉尾が相手であっても手加減をしない。だから止めたいのであれば、殺す気で来たまえ。
余計な世話だよ。お前、ほんといつでも一言多いんだから。
While gazing at Tamo, I braced myself, and slowly, as though with respect, extended one of my hands forward.
勝利はない。無力という意味を知れ。
Tamo lowered herself like a beast and prepared to lunge at me.
せよ。行くぞ、成田！
これぐらいにしてはどうかね。
まだ終わってねえだろ。勝ち負け決めんなよ。
The fight was exceedingly one-sided. Tamo charged towards me and I beat her down. I repeated over and over without any change. Despite being thrown, tripped, and beaten so many times, any normal person would have lost count. Tamo stood up. Her vigor made me wonder if where all that energy had appeared from. I almost felt like she grew fiercer with each recovery. The light of the will in her eyes seemed stronger every time as well. How many times did I have to beat her? I tried to remain silent and keep my emotions in check. I took care of her, but I couldn't help but speak.
勝てないと分かったはずだ。
勝ってねえよ。俺はまだ立ってるだろうが。
どうしてハローを使わない？
That was the reason why the battle had been so one-sided. She'd activated her halo. We would have had a proper bout.
それにどうして正面から来るのだね。玉尾の技術は相手に悟らせることなく命を奪う殺すための技だ。正面から殴り合っては力の10分の1も発揮できない。どういうつもりかは知らないが、玉尾が今のままを通す限り私との力の差は明白だ。
That was the harsh truth. As the old saying went, might makes right. If Tamo wanted to prove a point, she had to muster an appropriate amount of power.
勝手に決めてんじゃねえよ。
息は認めよう。それで眼前の力の差をどう覆す？幾度立ち上がってもいつか来る敗北を先延ばしにするだけ。遅かれ早かれやってくる結末は変わらない。
That was also the fact that, depending on the situation, Tamo's body moved on autopilot. After all, the Akihitos were a family of murderers who reaped lives equally, man or woman, young or old. See, the most fearsome thing about them wasn't their excellent murder techniques. In fact, they programmed themselves to be killing machines. I felt the hair on my neck stand up. Despite her will and emotions, Tamo became a hunter.
うわー！ふざけんな！
A dull crushing sound accompanied the sight that made me want to avert my eyes. Tamo had smashed her head against the wall. Definitely hadn't held back at all there. Didn't know how thick-headed she was, but the human body wasn't as tough as rock. Didn't have to be said that Tamo's forehead had cracked. The amount of blood pouring out made it clear that she'd inflicted more than a simple scratch. She painted her face red and she dropped to her feet.
何の真似だね。諦めて自爆したというわけでもないのだろう。
正気でやらないと意味ないだろう。ハロー使ったらきっと抑えられない。俺そのままやっちまう。絶対ダメだ。
ハローを使わない限り万に一つさえないと言った。もはや満足に体は動くまい。このまま座して敗北を受け入れるつもりになったのかね。
何度も言わせんな。勝手に決めんなって言っただろ。できないって言われた。俺結構ひねくれ者だから余計にやる気になるんだよ。
Even as she talked, she almost collapsed again. Losing her knees straight, she tied her fading consciousness down with her astounding conviction. She appeared both exhausted and badly damaged. As she was, she stood no chance against me. There was no room for any accidents or miracles. Tamo had to have known that herself. But then why did she continue fighting? No, that wasn't the right question. The fight had ended long ago. Things might have been different if she enhanced her physical capabilities with her halo, but she decided against that. Tamo stood there, completely bare. It was a wonder she could even stand in her wounded state. despite the fact that forcing herself to prolong the battle would only further harm her. She didn't stop.
お前を止めるんだ。そう決めたんだ。お前はこれ以上誰も殺させない。
Blood from her forehead trickled into her mouth, and she spat it out with her saliva like a true delinquent. She never even had a chance. No amount of stubbornness changed that. The assumption of mine was wrong.
私はタマオという人間を見くびっていたらしい。すまなかった。たやすく制し得ると思い込んでいた浅はかさを詫びよう。赤人タマオの意志はどこまでも崇高で強靭だ。
She'd long since prepared to put her life on the line in this battle. Tamo was determined, and thus she couldn't stop. To break her required as much determination as her. Did I have it? Of course, Shinji Narita had a single goal that spurred on all his actions. All other thoughts were needless remnants of his humanity woven from a dream. The Avenged would rid his path of all obstacles without a hint of hesitation.
絶対止めるからな、成田。絶対お前を止めてやるからな。成田。
Tamo attacked me while staggering like a wounded beast. She swung her fists down from above, but I caught them and redirected them away. Then I pummeled her wide open stomach. The attack was entirely unlike the previous... What? That attack was entirely unlike the previous ones. It wasn't meant to break her will, but shatter her body and make her pass out. She moaned in pain and tried to stand up. She didn't collapse. I planned to beat her until she did. If she didn't back down, I planned to break her and walk past her wounded body, all to accomplish my goal. As Tamo staggered, I closed the short gap between us and pushed her away with a heavy kick. She spun and collapsed on the spot. Giving her a chance to stand again, I went in for an attack on her knees. My leg became a hammer as it dropped down to break her bones. However, the moment it landed, I was overcome by shock.
荒くなってんぞ、成田。大ぶりだよ。
Despite the fact that she'd been crawling on the ground like an insect, she nimbly caught my attack with her hands. It was a most pitiful sight, a child throwing a tantrum. There was no denying that she'd prevented the unavoidable conclusion. A second later, she used my leg as a rope to help her rise to her feet. Quickly backed away from her. That was a mistake. If I'd stopped her by throwing her away and trying to shatter her knees yet again, she wouldn't have been able to stop me. But I hadn't done that, and my failure allowed her to gather her bearings and point at me. Her straightforward gaze was so bright that I couldn't look at it.
次の一撃で終わらせよう。
I realized that Tamao Akahito would only stop when dead. Thus I clenched my fist a final time. A brief silence resounded as we looked at the right moment to strike. As we looked for the right moment to strike. We simply stood there, prepared to end it all without even a little pop or pride. Suddenly,
タマオ？成田もいるの？
Sakura interrupted us. It was far too dark for her to make a sound, so she approached us with a full grasp of the situation.
ここまでだ。
待てよ！
Tamo didn't finish his sentence. She only relaxed a little, but that was enough to make her collapse. Now she didn't fall. Instead, she supported her broken, withered body with only her will. Clinging to a nearby tree, we refused to fall. Knowing her, I turned around.
待って成田！おい！行くなよ！まだ待って。俺まだやれるから！
Her plea reached my ears, but my heart refused to stop. Shinri Narita was an avenger. As I walked away, I heard Tamo's distraught wails and Saku, who asked her what was wrong. More and more of her words were drowned out by sobs.
なんでどうしてだよ成田なんでだよ
Pen! I'm starting to feel like I picked the wrong choice.
成田と一緒にいたかっただけなのにこんなあんまりだ成田俺初めて本気で好きに今さらとか引き返せないとかそんな悲しいことどうしてお前が
A childlike cry rang out in the distance. It marked the end of a warm illusion. Portrait of memories turned to ash. Shinri Narita would simply continue to walk his path, not turning back once. And that's the first scene. Like, I can't help but feel like this is just not what I was supposed to do. Instead of returning to the dorm, I left the academy. I followed the route I'd used with Tamao-Route and arrived at the town to meet Hishi at her hideout, the church.
ご主人様はせっかちすぎると医師は常々申しておりますのに、相変わらずで困ったものです。ご主人様はジャパニーズメソッドベホイミをご存知ですか？勉強、報告、急いで、みんなでと申しまして、日々の努力と情報の共有が優れたジャパニーズ会社スレイブを作り上げるのです。今度彼らの爪の赤でもコーヒーに混ぜてお出ししましょう。
残念ながら予期せぬトラブルだった。
では予想通りだが自業自得だという顔をしているのはイシアの勘違いなのですね。
それよりも今後の予定だが。
それよりも女泣かせの男につきものな10のキーワードの一つ、確かにいただきました。それで予定というとどのような？
After explaining what happened to my dear and capable maid, I told her my plan.
森の奥へ挑む。黒船の隠す秘密がそこにはある。
はい、成田様。それでいつ？
Despite the weight of that reply that followed, Ishia, proper maid that she was, didn't show a hint of surprise.
明日だ。いや、日付も変わっている。もう今夜か。
Her expression didn't change, but her squinted eyes showed that my words had upset her.
実に慌ただしいことです。イシア、あの学園の森は超時空要塞並みの難攻不落と聞いた記憶があるような。まあ、いくらご主人様の頭がリミッター解除と言っても、そこまで無茶と無謀はなさらないだろうと。
残念ながら本気だ。寮に戻れなくなった以上はね。
Tamo had discovered my secrets. I no longer had the option of subtly infiltrating the academy.
私が姿を消したことはすぐに学園の耳に入る。黒船の目は節穴ではないよ。このままでは遅かれ早かれ私の正体に行き着くはずだ。守りはより強固となり、学園の秘密に近づくのはいよいよ困難になる。だからその前にだ。黒船は週に一度はあのプラントに出入りしている。予定通りならそれは今夜。今となっては千載一遇の機会だろう。学園の秘密を暴き、そして黒船を撃つ。
Kurofune had a major organization backing him, so I couldn't count on another chance ever appearing.
成田様はつくづく女泣かせでございますね。
Sighing, my dear maid pulled out a large old
十
key.
分とは言えませんが、用意はできております。
There was a concrete staircase deeper in the church. After I traveled down its many steps, I found an aged door with a large bronze lock on it. At first glance, it appeared to be a storage room, but it was actually an arsenal. A reasonable person like Sako would have wondered if its owner was preparing to wage war. The room contained blades, handguns, machine guns, and even portable anti-tank missiles. They weren't there because the church's previous owner was a warmonger disguised as a clergyman. Everything had been bought and transported here after we acquired the place. Maybe different in metropolitan areas, but government regulation in countryside areas was extremely lax. So long as you did a good enough job hiding the money trail, you could easily sneak copious amounts of weapons into the peaceful land of Japan. At one point, the cheapest gear used to come from the American soldier station in the area, but as of late, everyone has been smuggling Russian and Chinese goods through Singapore. I heard that the more prolific gangs had not only anti-tank missiles, but also grenade launchers and heavy machine guns. Sadly, my arsenal was below that standard. Okushima was Korofuna's territory. Got the home field advantage, so if I acted too brazen, he might have been noticed. I'd only gathered some equipment in case something went wrong. The lack of heavy weaponry was regrettable but unavoidable. Walked around and picked up a P90. Known for its striking, almost alien design, was a personal defense weapon made by the Belgian FN Herstal. Its properties were nothing like other submachine guns, like the M10, which were known for its cheap bullets to spray all over a large area. It was a modern weapon designed for close encounters, boasting both power that could pierce body armor from 100 meters away, and recoil no worse than a handgun's. I expected an indoor battle, so I picked the adaptable P90 over other guns. As a sidearm, I picked a Glock 17, 9mm caliber, 17 bullets. It was an Austrian semi-automatic handgun that gained notoriety for its plastic-rich frame. Once grasped properly, the polymer felt somewhat soft and elastic. Combined with its plain, practical appearance, it felt more like a home appliance than a gun. However, it was a lethal weapon all the same. Its magazines contained 17 9mm bullets, though you could effectively make it 18 by loading the first one directly into the chamber. A good number of suppressive fire. Despite all that, it weighed only 700 grams. Its effectiveness had led to it catching on even in the USA and Indian armies. I planned to assault the enemy fortress, but I knew I had to avoid firing on the academy's main grounds as possible. Didn't want to create student casualties, though more importantly, I had to remain unnoticed and I wanted to make an enemy out of 200 HMIs. Next, I picked up a block or something that resembled clay. C4.
おなじみの粘土遊びですね。
プラスチック爆弾と言いたまえ。
After that, a Luger P08. My father had a gun like that in his study. The lethal weapon whose bullet ended my life. The original had been lost 7 years ago. It was a simple replica. Though they had ceased production long ago, it took me a lot of time and effort to recreate one. This gun was the most important tool in this revenge tragedy, my oath-sworn arm. Picked up some other things, then placed them all in a special case.
明日の日没に出発する。ところでヒシャ、1日経っても私がこの教会に来ない日をなら。
ご安心ください。ご主人様に万一のことがあった場合、遺産、保険金など一切喝采、ヒシャの口座に振り込まれるよう万事抜かりなく処理しております。
見事だヒシャ。しかし私の勘違いかもしれないが、それはいわゆる保険金殺人メソッドではないのかね。
さまつなことは良いではありませんか。まあ孤独にのたれ死ぬ金持ちのじじいよろしく。すべてヒシアの計画通りが悔しくてたまらないとおっしゃるのでしたら、成田様、どうかもう一度ここへ。
Ishia gave me her usual servile bow. Replying, I simply smiled. At that point, I just had to wait. After I sat there like a statue for a whole 20 hours, the sundown I'd been waiting for arrived. Zoa prepared to carry out my plans. The night was dark. Followed the shadows on the wall and hid amidst the growth, jumping from branch to branch. Noticed I made my way to the academy and hurried to the forest in order to unveil the secrets the mystical gatekeeper protected. And of course, to fulfill my promise. After making it past the almost paranoid security, I arrived at the forest without anyone noticing. Last time, my sense of direction began to fail shortly after I dove into the Sea of Green. The 300 meters between me and the tower were as impassable a barrier as Navarone Castle. I had a way of passing the guard, but I let it slip through my fingers. I basically had no plan, and if I failed, I would never get another opportunity.
何をためらうことがある。この身は亡霊。危険も死も我が友も当然。今さら恐れるものがあるとすれば、なすべきことを果たさぬまま倒れてしまう結末だけではないか。
そんなのいいわけないだろ。空子の父親を殺して空子を泣かせて、他にもまだそんなのおかしい。絶対ダメだ。
Pain.
だから言ってんだろ。成田まで俺みたいになってどうするんだよ。お前はもっと格好つけてまっとうなことしろよ。
I recalled her straightforward words, which were nothing but a memory. The brightest scenes I'd abandoned made me squint. Only a little bit. Seemed to have regretted hurting her. However, I knew Shindiri Narita could no longer do anything for Tamao Akahito. An avenger couldn't possibly have taken her and helped her recover. I did read it right. That was best left to the friends she wanted to protect.
さらばもろもろの情けなるものよ。成田真理に最後に残されていた一かけらよ。この先に待つ復讐という名の狂気が。
Hatred so profound it drove you to kill your friend's father. Oh, how laughable. There was no turning back. Ran as though rushing headfirst into the insanity. Sped up, clutching the P90 in my hand. Expressing my presence and footsteps, I made my way through the densely packed trees. Oops. I was akin to a dancing shadow, using the secrets of Geb. I blended in with the greenery and extended my senses past their limits. The canopy of leaves above blocked even the moonlight. The area remained dead silent, as we ignored the sound of the summer insects anyway. Didn't sense anyone nearby, but I didn't feel safe either. Felt like a sailor would spot dark clouds on the horizon. Something besides my five senses told me that something wasn't right. And suddenly, felt a chill on the right side of my body. Not wasting any time to even look, I jumped forward and hid behind a bent tree. Black bolt pierced the air, striking where I had stood. It felt similar. That felt familiar. It had to have been the very same shapeless gatekeeper that cornered Tamo. No, it had a shape. Tamo had figured out that it was one of the maids who accompanied Taigi.
満を持しての登場。なんとも出番を心得た盟友ぶりだ。心にくい限りだが、あいにく今夜の主演は君ではないのだよ。
I heard the sound of loading gears within the dense silence. The gatekeeper's presence vanished once again.
他の人間ならともかく、私をここまで欺いて位置を悟らせないなら、実に驚嘆すべき相手。本物の獣でもこうはいかないだろう。
Hiding, I fixed my gaze on the deep darkness ahead. It was a silent face of that of two submarines trying to find one another using sonar. It seemed even at first, but just like in the last encounter, the enemy already knew my position. Sands simply marked her search for a kill shot. It seemed my only option was to locate the enemy. Where could she have hidden, though? The forest remained mostly silent. Both melted into the trees. Even the bugs hadn't noticed the disturbance in their habitats and continued their songs. Did I have to use my halo? No, I knew that was a bad idea. It would only increase the chance of her finding me. It was much like how muzzle flashes gave away the shooter's position. I'd refused to pick up night vision equipment because I knew that relying on sight was dangerous against this foe. I had to push my senses to the limit. closed my eyes, and ignoring the sense we humans relied on most when facing such a fierce foe was utter madness. However, it required that exact insane focus to find her location. Where was she? Where? I heard a faint rustling of the leaves right as the second bolt shot out of the trees ahead. No, it had a bit of a crossbow bolt. A full-winged blade resembling a hawk's talons. The unbelievably sinister-looking weapon was a throwing knife used by a certain African tribe. It spun as fast as a grinder as its trajectory curved to the side. A single cut from one of those edges spelled doom for me. However, it moved far slower than a crossbow bolt, so it wasn't difficult to dodge. As I calculated its path and prepared to dodge, I felt an ice-cold chill on my back. Intuition, honed over 7 years of deadly encounters, helped me foresee my own defeat. This was a checkmate. The enemy was waiting for me to dodge in order to hit me with their third projectile. However, I quickly realized the Guardian had been a step ahead of me, even that premonition. The third projectile came from above. The gatekeeper jumped from tree to tree, outspeeding the knife, and threw the third attack from right above me. The unbelievable feat made me gasp. The first knife had purposely been thrown slowly in order to set the stage for the next two, cornering me both vertically and horizontally. The one from above was released with full power, making it as fast as lightning. Then the fourth Guardian jumped again, lightly rustling the branches as it did. I caught my first glimpse of her. Her attack made her slow down a bit, revealing her true form. Tamo had guessed right. She was a small girl who resembled a Japanese doll. Front bangs hid a face that felt almost mechanical in its lack of emotion. The demon who slaughtered all who entered the forest was indeed a maid who previously accompanied Taigi Mikado. She wore the same uniform as always, but her gaze felt more like a hawk diving for its prey. Her small frame contained inhuman strength. It's hard to believe that the maid in the academy and this creature were one and the same. I didn't even have time to be shocked. Two knives closed in on me with every passing millisecond. Despite the fact that they were only a single foe, I was surrounded. Since I couldn't dodge, I decided to deflect them both by grabbing hold of my sling belt and swinging my P90. I relied on sound alone to hit them, so my chance of success was no greater than 20%. The luck was on my side. I then rode the momentum and jumped from tree to tree to chase down the maid. It was my best and only chance to defeat the guardian of this forest. Almost as if an indirect response to my actions, a second bolt came flying from behind me, from an area where no one was supposed to be. Sako walked around the living room on unsteady feet. Tamo hadn't left her room since that morning. She hadn't replied even when Soroko worriedly called out to her. No other choice, they ended up going to class without her. She rushed back to the dorm as soon as it finished, but she still showed no sign of wanting to leave. Didn't look like she'd even eaten breakfast, which meant that Tamo, glutton that she was, had had nothing since last night.
このまま出てこないのでは?
It was rare for Edo to say something so depressing. Normally she cracked jokes regardless of the general mood.
縁起でもないこと言っちゃダメだよ。
Something bad had obviously happened, and it was hard to ask for details. There was someone else who hadn't left his room all day. Shindiri Narita. He hadn't shown himself all morning. Sakura told Miss Tokino that they weren't feeling very well. However, she'd responded by saying that they needed to visit the infirmary, and making her reconsider took a lot of hard work. So a while ago, Sakura would have just told her the truth. The simple fact made her realize how much she'd changed over the last 2 months.
どっちにしても何とかしないと。あんな子供みたいな言い訳、時の先生相手にほんの数日だって持たない。
However,
本当は成田は出てこないんじゃなくて、ここを出て行ったんじゃ。
she had no proof, but that seemed right. She felt like the type of person who would vanish without a trace. He stood right beside them as one of them, but he seemed to almost be of a different species.
今日は大義も遅いね。
Sorako was right. Normally Tiger returned to the dorm right after classes ended, but today for some reason he hadn't. With Mitri gone and those three nowhere in sight, the dorm felt extremely barren. And what if fucking Tai just comes in with him like, okay, I managed to sneak him away without my dad noticing his attack? The fucking idiot. Like, what the fuck happened? Why is there a bolt in his back?
Yoshi, 私が何か考えてみよう。あなたたちも協力なさい。
Sako Tanashi never abandoned responsibility. Even now she wished to fulfill her duties.
たまおちゃんのために協力する。
自分も微力ながら。
Ero made a sullen face and folded her arms.
どうも、微妙に嫌な予感がします。
なんだよ、ほっといてくれよ。
いいから来なさい。
Saku forcefully dragged Tamo down from the second floor. As the insignia Saku had a master key to the dorm, she wanted she could open the door at any to any room.
いきなり入ってきて引っ張り出すとか、お前むちゃくちゃすぎるだろ。
自分も同感とか思わなくもありませんが、策の決定は全てに勝る正義なのです。
Ero was an extremely loyal girl. So the four ended up sitting in the living room. Back when the crowns were complete, they hosted many tea parties around this table, which had a lace cloth on it. Only about a month had passed since the last one, but it felt like an eternity. Ever since Mitri Kabutoyama had left, no one had suggested a tea party. They hadn't sat down together like that in a while. Tamo looked the worst she ever had. Her hair hadn't been combed, and all the crying made her eyes swollen. She also had bags around them due to the lack of sleep.
それでは、楽しいクラウンお茶会、始まり。うひょー、テンション爆上げ、血管切れそうです。
わー、楽しそう。とっても楽しそうだよね。ほら、たまおちゃんも。わー、僕
This
も。
one never fucking worked.
わー。
わーってなんだよこれ。
Needless to say, the atmosphere remained gloomy as ever. It felt more like a funeral than a tea party. Eru liked horror movies, but even she hadn't seen many scenes as dark as this. Sock stood up almost out of desperation. Even now, she remained the crown's insignia. Sorako and Eru. I tried to fuse Eru and Sorako, which, funnily enough, would make Iruko, which is the main character of Shinkeki no Eroko, which is a very fun manga in my opinion. Sorako and Eru did the same, and finally Tamo got up too, albeit very mechanically.
今日はシャンパン開けるよ。景気よく。
いいですね。ポンと開ければ場の空気も弾けるかも。
ブシューっと弾けて気が抜ける確率が大ですが。
お茶会じゃねえのかよ。
The whole situation felt so awkward that any normal person would have wanted to turn around and run off. However, Sako stood her ground. She wished to cheer Tamo up, no matter what it took. She knew she had no chance by herself, but Sorako was there to help, and Iru's nonsense was sometimes a plus.
シャンパン開けるよ。
パワーが足りていません。
Saku put a lot of strength into her limbs, but it hadn't been enough to open the cork. As a result, an awkward sense of tension started to dominate the room once more. Saku continued her vain attempts to no avail, until eventually Sorako raised her hand.
はい、ソラコくん。
はい、ソラコです。たまおちゃんなら簡単に開けられるのでは？
それだ。
Saku glared at Sorako for not mentioning that earlier before handling the bottle to Tamo.
しょうがねえな。
Tamo reluctantly took it and placed a thumb on the cork.
あ、
The cork flew a beautiful arc and smacked right into the glasswork cabinet. thought that the glass animals inside all fell and shattered, which was a rather magnificent display.
自分の予感、やはり完璧ですね。
A tragedy had occurred. Careful not to step on any shards, they started cleaning up as a group.
うわぁ、これはひどい。
そこ踏まないように気をつけて。
これ俺のせいか。
いや、これはシャンパンを用意した私が悪かったから、タモは何も悪くない。
By the time they finished cleaning, the mood seemed unsalvageable.
せっかく入れかけてたお茶もすっかり冷めてダメダメになってますね。
そんなことないから。さあ、シャンパンまだあるし、継ぎましょうか。さあさあ。
サク、それもう気が抜けてるんじゃ。
いえ、まだ大丈夫よ。ケーキがあるからみんなで食べよう。甘いもの食べよう。
Desperate, she pulled the cake out of the fridge and poured the flat Jean-Marie into their glasses.
シャンパンとは、ちゃんとした味で開けるとパンと音が出るノンアルコール炭酸飲料。この人工香料酒、いいですね。
I think this was like supposed to be a message like, yes, this may be champagne, but don't worry, it's champagne without the alcohol, so it's completely fine that we're drinking it. Or some bullshit like that, I feel. Same explanation of why Kawakami water exists, you know?
さあ、乾杯よ、乾杯。みんな、グラスを持って。
無理すんなよ、サク。こんな無茶苦茶やるサクを見るの初めてだな。何やってんだか。人のくせ。バカみたいだろ。
She didn't know how to react. The whole situation felt so absurd that she almost laughed. Suddenly, she realized a grin had formed on her face. Feeling welled up inside her. The feelings welling up inside her felt strange, especially since she hadn't cared about anything in life until a short while ago. However, the weight on her heart had dissipated. It remained there because she'd completely lost sight of what she had to do, which used to be extremely clear.
俺を元気づけようとしてくれたんだろ。
She still sounded tired of it all, but there was a hint of joy in there. It had appeared as she watched her three friends run around like headless chickens.
すげえくすぐったよ。なんだよそれ。どっかの不人気ドラマかっつうの。
Friends who tried their hardest to cheer up one of their own who was down in the dumps, only to fail, collapse, and laugh. How comical! The scene felt so cliche that anyone could have seen it coming from a mile away.
同じ励ますにしたって。もうちょっと、こう、やり方とかあるだろ。
Their actions appeared so uncool, stupid, and vain that she had no words to describe it. However, such things had become a part of her precious daily life. She loved them precisely because she desired that boring world for so long. All her life, she walked around while lying about her identity. Because of that, the normal world seemed like an unreachable place. And yet, despite the fact that she was a being of cursed blood and a subject of much fear and hatred, she found a place where peace where she belonged. Once again, she realized she was truly happy at the academy.
ありがとうな、みんな。
タマオ、元気出た？
ほっほー。結局最後にはうまくいったというわけですね。これも計算のうちだったのですか、サク。
そんなわけないでしょ。
They continued their flat Jean-Marie and cake party. Tamo had an awkward smile on her face, but the heaviness in her heart hadn't lifted just yet. The others had cheered her up a bit, but only enough to make her put on a happy front.
タマオちゃん？
聞いてる聞いてる。本当に？
Tamo had spaced out and missed yet another part of the conversation.
今度午後の合同授業のためにお昼休みに練習しようって言ってたんだよね。
They discussed that so long ago that Tamo hadn't even remembered it.
おう、そうだな。練習はいるよな。
空子は甘いな。
もう甘やかされ上手ですな。
Tamo appreciates Odako's help, Saku's consideration, and even Meiru's casual gaze. She clenched and unclenched her hand several times to test her strength. Then she looked at the living room sofa, which Shindiri Narita had often used. Why hadn't things gone well? Nothing ever seemed to work out for her. She'd been born in Akahito. She'd infiltrated the academy. And she'd learned a lot about Shindiri Narita. Felt like her whole life was situated on a scale. If one side went up, the other went down. No matter what she did, she always ended up losing something.
なんだよそれ。全然納得いかねえよ。
Why? That single question got stuck in her mind, making her seriously question herself for the very first time. She'd never truly been bothered by anything like this. Even when she felt down, her body usually moved before her mind did. That was part of being an Akahito.
違ったのかな。もっと普通に生まれてたら。
If she had, she wouldn't have had to worry about destroying a place her friends were trying so hard to protect. She also wouldn't have met Narita.
そんなのやっぱり嫌だよ。サクたちと出会わなかったなんて。
Butter the throat.
成田と出会わなかったなんて。一緒にいたり、キスしたり、抱き合ったり。 全部しなかったなんて絶対嫌だ。
An alarm had signaled a call from an outside range. Saku lightly waved her right hand, activating the sensors and opening a call window on the visual info layer.
赤人様、ヒシやモリという方から外線で連絡が入っておりますが、いかがいたしましょう。
ヒシヤ？確か成田の連れてたメイドの？
The name Narita pierced Tamo's heart. Shindiri Narita had left her. Tamo knew his room was empty, and the other girls probably assumed the exact same thing. She also knew that he left the academy because she'd unearthed his secrets. Based on the rules of the dark and underbelly of society they inhabited, he would never contact her again. But perhaps...
繋いでくれ。
On her display, the words inner line became outer line. Her brain blatantly realized that answering while the others were present might have been a bad idea. However, the call began before Tamo could do anything to fix the situation.
はじめまして、赤人様。ヒシヤモリと申します。成田様の次女をしておりますが、頭の悪いご主人のこと、さぞかしご迷惑をおかけしているでしょうから、ヒシヤ残機に耐えません。
一体。
この電話は何かと尋ねられる前にお答えしますと、初対面でぶしつけながらヒシや赤人様にお願いがあってご連絡いたしました。赤人様、もしも成田様がお戻りになられましたら、どうか今後も勉学に励まれるようにヒシヤが申していたとお伝えいただけますか？
いただけますかって、それだけ？わざわざ連絡してきて、どうして俺に？
そうしたいのは山々なのですが、時と場合と状況によってはなかなかそうもいきませんので、どうかヒシヤに代わってよろしくお伝えください。おっと、そろそろお時間が来てしまいましたので、ヒシヤバイバイでございます。
Each entered call, a smile on her face.
おーい。
Holograph had vanished, and so she got no response. Tamo barely understood what had happened. She felt as though she'd been possessed.
意味不明でスパムみたいな人でしたね。
でもスパムってたまに面白い内容混じってるわよね。
夫が大アリクイに殺されて30代で肉体を持て余す年齢より若く見えると言われる未亡人が会うだけで30万くれて妊娠させてくださるとお客様のポイントがもうすぐ期限切れ。
うわぁ、見たことあるようなないようなフレーズ。
サク、そういうメール受け取ったことあるんだ。
スパムなんて勝手に送られてくるものなのよ。そんないかがわしいメール、わざわざ受け取ったりなんてしません。
そうか、いかがわしいんだ。
うわ、墓穴掘った。
どうですか、タマオ。先ほどのスパム例で興奮して鼻息荒くなったりしましたか？
その程度じゃ無理だっつ。
Suddenly something in her head clicked. Moria Hishia had said that it had to be Tamo. After spending some time thinking, she looked back at the girls. Ada was in the middle of talking about something silly.
なので、めちゃくちゃ煽ってやったんですよ。USB 中、USB は電源じゃない。USB 扇風機、USB 電動歯ブラシ。
What? What? Okay. I guess.
USB 扇風機はまだわかるけど、電動歯ブラシって？
歯磨き粉吹いた。思考ポケットに届く。シャカー、シャカー。
The chat went on without logical limit. The casual discussion had become extremely dear to Tamo.
タマオ？何かあった？
Whoops.
そうかな。そんなことねえんじゃねえか。
For a moment, Tamo was mesmerized by the profound maturity in Saku's brief gaze. After gathering her wits, she asked,
さ、どうしたらいいのか、何を選んだらいいのか、わからなくなるような時って。
Oops. Saku's response was extremely curt.
あるわよ。どうすりゃいいんだ。考えてもさっぱりわからなくて、正解がどこにあるのか見えなくて、どっちへ行ったらいいのか全然で、目的地に着かなくなったら、昔は分かってたはずなんだ。考える前に体が動いてくれて。今は全然。それは分かってたんじゃなくて考えなかっただけよ。分かってた気になってただけ。そうなのかな。それじゃあどうしたら。悩むしかないわね。それで自分なりの答えを見つける。世の中絶対これっていう正解なんてないのよ。でもね、自分だけで考えたってすぐに行き詰まるから、わからないときは誰かに相談しなさい。俺、今まで相談できる人なんていなくて。ご両親とか？あんま相談とかって柄のやつじゃ。
In fact, the system in place at Akita's home had no room for parent-child relationships.
サコの親って元気にやってんのかよ。ピンピンしてるわ。まあ、ここへ来るまでにはいろいろはあったけど、でも別に仲が悪いわけじゃないのよ。
Tamo found Dad rather enviable.
でも、やっぱり親には相談しづらいこととか多いかしらね。それにね、お父さんとかお母さんは親だから。よくわかんねえ。親の目線から答えるってことよ。二人とも私を愛してくれる。だから親として何かを伝えようとする。それでかえって食い違っちゃったりね。
Saku smiled like a common young girl.
ますますよくわかんねえ。親に話しづらいなら素直に友達を頼りなさい。でもね、結局答えを見つけるのは自分だから。他人は責任なんて取ってくれないわよ。責任？人生の責任。どれだけ愛しても大切に思っても他人の人生の責任だけは取ってあげられない。親子でも恋人でも友達でも。じゃあどうして相談するんだ？世界を広くするためよ。自分だけの世界はきっと小さいわ。でもね、誰だってそうなのよ。自分の背中は見えないものね。だから他の人から知らないことを教えてもらうの。
った分だけ世界は広くなる。そうすれば一人の時には思ってもみなかった明日に出会えるかもしれない。今日とは全然違う、見たことのない明日。それって素敵じゃない？私もあいつのおかげでそれが分かった。ねえ、タマオ。あなたの生き方の責任はあなたにしか取れない。
Strange calm words seem to resound within
だ
Tamo.
から自分が正しいと信じられるものを見つけたら迷わずに進みなさい。
In order to bear the faint pain inside, she grabbed her chest.
俺が見つけた答えでみんなにサクとかソラコとかエルとかに迷惑かけたらどうする？
Their insignia didn't hesitate at all.
あなたをぶん殴ります。泣くまでぶん殴って謝らせます。
サク、それはあんまりにもストロングすぎないかな。
サクの言うことなので正義です。
おい、そりゃあまりにも友達がいがねえぞ。
私はあなたの友達よ。だからあなたの生き方の責任なんて取ってあげられない。私の生き方の責任を取れるのも私だけだから。私は私の生き方に全力を尽くす。そういうものよ。あなたの選んだ答えが誰かを傷つけることだってきっとある。だからって答えを曲げてしまうの？自分で正しいと思えない答えを選ぶ？
それはそんなことは多分できない。
本当に正しいと思うなら胸を張りなさい。どんな結果になっても悔いなんてないように納得できる自分だけの答えを選び取りなさい。もしあなたの選んだ答えが間違っていると思えたら、どこにいたって私がぶん殴りに行ってあげるわ。
どこにいたって？
どこにいたって。遠くに離れていてもバラバラになっても違う道を選んでいたとしてもきっとそうしてあげる。
Saku just coming to chase down anyone and everyone. Like, I'll go beat your ass, you son of a bitch!
友達でしょ、私たち。
Just like take the fucking video of like what was his name? Like, you beat your goddamn ass, you son of a bitch. Like, you know, the dude with the chemicals who make the fucking turn the goddamn frogs gay. That dude, I forget what his name was. And there's like this video where he's like chasing down someone like, hey, get your ass back, you son of a bitch, or something like that. Just take that and like edit Saku's head over him. Tamo had decided on a course of action. The Streamlight Party was a bad moment to have that revelation, but she had no time to spare. She rose like a phoenix from the ashes.
ちょっと用事があるから俺外出てくるよ。
仲直りデートですか？
誰とだよ。そんないい話じゃねえって。
でもこんな時間から？たまおちゃん、時間も遅いし夜間の外出は禁止だから。
自分空子のど天然で空気読めないところが時々めっちゃ怖いです。こういう場合、女が行くというなら理由がわからなくても超いってらっしゃいというものです。
Looking back on it, Tamo had a chance to back out entirely. When Narita vanished, she could have just left the academy herself. There was no guarantee that they wouldn't discover her identity soon. For a pro, that was a good enough reason to cut the job short. And yet she'd stayed put. The reason was simple. She'd already known what she had to do. She wanted to fight because she couldn't forgive them. It wasn't about winning, but about trying. She wasn't ordered to do that. It was an answer she came to by herself. It was the first time in her life she wanted to do something she truly believed was right.
タマオ、もしかして成田が。
Saku wanted to ask for more information but decided against it.
なんでもないわ。行ってきなさい、タマオ。
Like, Sok's just, Tamo, it's Narita, Tamo just looks at her, probably about to die, but I'm gonna go do something about that. Wait, what? About to die?
ちょっとだけ行ってくる。
そうだ、今夜は散々だったから明日にでももう一回お茶会しよう。ミトリがいた頃みたいに庭のテーブルでみんなで。成田も呼んで一緒に。
いいな、そうしよう。
それでは玉緒がいない間、学園の平和は自分たちで守っておきましょう。
お前らにできんのか心配だけど、せいぜい頑張れよ。
よくわからないけど、頑張る。任せておいて。
Like, we'll be protecting the peace on our own while you're gone. She's just standing like, you'll be up against me and him. Like, sure, me and him are not gonna be on the best terms, but by God, you're still gonna be in a lot of trouble trying to do that.
しかし、玉緒が戻った時には我々は全滅しており、最後の戦士として玉緒は学園の再生のために戦うことになるのです。
私たちは一体何と戦ってるのよ。
She looked at the living room one last time. She burned everything from their faces to the smallest cracks in the walls into her memory. She wanted to remember this moment every time she closed her eyes. She wanted this warm time to continue forever. Even though it was about to come to an end, she had begun all she'd ever wanted. So waking up from this dream wouldn't make her sad. Tamo sadly thanked them for everything, then decided to head out to accomplish her goal.
じゃあな。
A brief goodbye. She rushed out, leaving her friends behind. The blue moon lingered above her head. A profound darkness stood before her. She wasn't afraid.
さ、自分の仕事、別に好きでも嫌いでもなかったよ。生まれた場所がたまたまそういう家で、たまたま力があった。選んだわけじゃないけど、やめようとも思わなかった。でも、今だけは感謝してる。この力があるから、大事なことをやり遂げられるんだ。ニトリは間に合わなかったけど、お前らのことは、ちゃんと守るよ。
So Tamo dashed off into the deep darkness ahead, looking ever forward. Black steel sliced through the wind. A second bolt came from behind me, where I couldn't sense anyone. I saw a mechanical crossbow hanging in the darkness. Now, I'd fallen for a trap. Despite the deadly situation, my mind remained surprisingly calm. It seemed I wasn't the only one who'd realized something from the previous encounter. Recognizing my strength, the guardian of the forest had prepared trap upon trap for me. Finally understood why I hadn't sensed her location right away. The first crossbow bolt had been fired remotely. The first throwing knife was meant to distract me and push me into the crossbow's trajectory. Would have been fine if I died from the knife, even if I had instincts so demonic that I survived. The crossbow would have finished me off. That lethal junction, my body moved before my will did. Right before I jumped off the tree I was on, I changed direction. I kicked it off it with my left leg, using it to bend my body in midair, fly in an unclear direction to dodge the bolt. Something descended toward me from above with a hawk-like screech. It was the hunter, heading in to finish off the struggling prey. The maid's hand vanished for a second, and then I saw two cold flashes. She pulled out a new weapon, a pair of thick blades. Speeding crossbow bolt from behind, and two blades from above. How thorough! This opponent was a perfect killing machine. It was covered in midair, cornered in midair, leaving me no way to run. Not yet. Self-accomplished my goal. I didn't mind losing an arm or two. All that matters was that I didn't suffer a lethal blow. Just needed to last long enough to reach Kurofune. Steel blades closing in from both sides. I jumped towards one. Suddenly a fourth surprise arrived. Right before the scissor blade-like blades bit into me and attacked as fast as a bullet rushed in from the side. focused on the foe before me to help avoid certain deaths, so I stood no chance of dodging a new opponent. My body had been kicked out of the blade's trajectory. I couldn't mistake the culprit. It was the girl I'd abandoned. The wild roar, she kicked me away and spun through the air to drop her left heel into the armed maid. It all happened in an instant. I, Tamo, and the maid landed on the ground, one after the other. The pain from the kick had cleared my state of frozen confusion. It's gotta feel so fucking good for her to see him, like, completely confused about what the fuck's happening for once. Like, none of his, like, smug, grandiose attitude, just like, what the fuck are you doing here? I mean, thanks, but what the fuck? Like, that's gotta feel so fucking good.
Nani, バカみたいな顔で驚いてんだよ。この一件は俺の仕事だ。てめえが何をどうしてようが、俺が来ないわけがねえんだよ。
Sat there without a hint of hesitation in her voice. It was more than enough to get her point across. Right, to Tamo, this was only natural. Shindiri Narita was determined to enact revenge. But to Tamo, Akahito was just as determined to do what she must. She wanted to dispel the darkness around the academy, so she would keep on walking forward without hesitating. That was the true nature of the woman I loved.
しかし、随分と手荒い登場ではないかね。玉尾はもう少し他人はともかく私をいたわるということを考慮してくれたまえ。
You saved my life, sure, but you hadn't held back at all. She's one of my idols. I would have died instantly. Though, honestly, that wild act suited her perfectly.
相変わらず口は減らねえんだからさ。やばいところ助けてやったんだから感謝ぐらいしろよ。
では、以前助けた借りはこれでチャラということでどうかね。
ああ、それでいいぜ。
Realizing my intention, Tamo cracked a grin. Without any depths binding either of us, we no longer had to think about anything besides our goals. The paths we walked truly couldn't intersect. It simply touched for the briefest of moments.
ではまず、あの門番を片付けるとしよう。玉尾はせいぜい私の邪魔にならないように隅の地面で丸抜ゲームでもしていたまえ。
俺のセリフだっての。目の前でうろちょろしたらあのメイドと一緒に蹴り落としてやるから。
Once more, Tamo sang her song.
Set how beauteous.
No, no. There we go. Better. The shift in power balance forced the mate to jump from tree to tree in order to merge with the green. But she reacted too late. I'd already seen her. She'd used its disorienting force to escape all this time, but she no longer looked unidentifiable amidst the forest. The man ran using inhuman physical prowess with the agility of a monkey, but had followed right behind her. Probably didn't understand how a weaker creature had managed to keep up with her.
これは力ではなく、人の培った技術のなせる技なのだよ。人間は鍛錬次第でこの程度のことはできるようになるとよく覚えておきたまえ。
Maid kicked off the branch she was on and jumped backwards. She wished to make it past my head and attack me from behind. In response, I simply continued to follow her trajectory. We drew up 2 half circles as we prepared to take each other out. The maid's hands vanished for a second, and then I saw 2 cold flashes. Blades met my legs. I'd won this airborne dance. Superhuman physical prowess and appropriate battle technique. People who could face this monster like Maid were far and few between. However, the spirit of human technique combined with great experience could create a vision of the near future. No matter how fast a beast could not escape the speed of my prediction. Reading her movements, I threw a feint kick to hit the wrist of her blade-holding hand. I then used the other leg to smack her chest before the left blade came down. Brief exchange of attacks. Sorry. Suddenly, a strange sense of deja vu slightly dampened my movements. There we go. The maid used the small opening to counterattack. insistence. She attacked me in a robotic manner, seemingly dedicated to killing me at all costs. She threw the blade in her left hand and then cut me with her right, using a blade she'd hidden behind her back. She also remotely fired the crossbow from before to shoot a third bolt at my back. Japanese warriors once invented a unique form of dual wielding. One of its techniques was known as Flying Dragon Blade, and it involved throwing your wakizashi and taking advantage of your opponent flinching to cut them with the blade in your right hand. Such a technique was a dual dragon blade. It was a modified version where the throwing knives were used for a solo pincher attack. The two blades and the bolt from behind destroyed any hope of escape, ensuring the target's death. Perhaps I could have avoided it on the ground, but it was a lethal blow mid-air. The attack was unavoidable. Without even looking around, I kicked off her body and spun to evade the bolt. The bold movement naturally created the major opening. However, her two blades failed to hit their defenseless target. Tamo deflected the thrown blade with the back of her hand. Sensei Tamo suddenly appeared before her and made a mess of the maid's attack. Akaitos were killers. They didn't fight, but simply murdered their targets without making any sound or revealing their presence. Things were different than their first encounter, when she faced the Guardian alone. The moment she chased the maid through the trees, Tamo silently followed us from below and waited for the right moment to strike. Tamo had won because the gatekeeper had decided to expose herself and focus entirely on me. In that state, even a human beast like her failed to notice an Akahito prowling the plants below.
そんじゃ悪いけどよ、この辺でお開きにしようぜ。こっちとら仕事は別にあるんでね。
Oops.
六角、勘抜き。
An overarm strike to the throat, an elbow to the liver, and a knee to the throat. In the blink of an eye, Tamo landed 3 attacks. Then she locked her legs and fell directly down to put the maid's head between her knees and the ground. The forest shook from the impact. It was a lethal attack that overwhelmed even the mystifying air of the woods. Tamo rose to her feet without even waiting for the rumbling to subside. The maid, buried in the ground like a stake, ceased all movements a moment later. All battles had anticlimactic conclusions. The gatekeeper had perished. Tamo looked down at the immobile corpse.
Tamo, 先へ急ぐとしよう。
Would have been rude to ask if that outcome had satisfied her. She made this decision herself.
お前は急いでいいのかよ。
うん。愛の語らいが必要かね。別れ話は終わったと思っていたのだが、慰謝料など不満のある場合は弁護士を通してくれたまえ。
バカ言ってんじゃねえ。さっきのやつに結構やられてるんなら、俺の足まで引っ張られたら困るからな。なんともないならさっさと行くぞ。
Tamo energetically turned around and ran off. She headed deeper into the forest towards the tower, and I followed. Beyond the woods, we arrived at a building without any windows. Those who approached it were barred by the high security gate, but only if they went in from the front. We'd already broken through the impenetrable forest and its hellish gatekeeper. So the remaining security along that route was child's play.
ここにスクールの秘密があるとしてだ。どうやって近づく？金網越えても中に入るにはチェックとかいろいろあるんじゃねえの？
玉はつくづくまっすぐだね。その程度の対策もせずにここまで来たのは、私という存在がいたことを神に感謝するといいだろう。
感謝でも何でもしてやるよ。で、なんとかなんの
？Naturally, I'd come prepared. I pulled out a card I had Hishia prepare for this very day.
チェック突破用の偽装カードだ。ただのカードではなく仕掛けがしてある。
はずってお前、もしかして。
当然試すのはこれが初めてだと思う。これまでは近づけもしなかったのだからね。それに偽装が2度通じるとも思えない。最初から一発勝負のつもりだ。安心したまえ。カードの偽装 ID は本物を使っている。問題なくアクセスできるだろう。
My hair is annoying.
どっから手に入れた？プラントへの立ち入り資格を持ってるメンバーは公開されてないだろう。
自分から教えてくれた気前のいい男がいたのだよ。獅子会教諭。彼の ID を一時拝借してコピーした。ここの学生として無駄に時間を潰してたのではないからね。
プラントの周囲は非常に危険だ。くれぐれも森の奥には立ち入れないよう。
During our first meeting, Professor Shishka told me that I shouldn't enter the forest. Instead of the plant, he said the forest, which meant he knew something was there. That included me in on Mr. Shishka's involvement with the classified research, which turned out to be true.
さて、ここより先は奈落の底。無事に戻れる保証はない。などと、当然のことを言うつもりはないよ。時に、恐怖よりも真実の重さこそが人を狂わせる。だが、その覚悟はあるかね。
俺を誰だと思ってんだ。舐めた口聞いてるとまた蹴っ飛ばすぞ。
なるほど。これは麗しい戦を止めに失礼をした。では行こうではないか。我らを待つ真実を解き明かすために。
Melting with the dark shadows, we hurried onward. Making it past the tight security, we arrived at the base of the tower. We spotted a large gate for vehicles and a small gate for those authorized to enter.
ほとんど人間の姿はない。施設の秘匿性と機密保持のため、警備の人数さえも最小。人員は外部ゲートに集中しているというわけか。
そいつはむしろ好都合だろ。
Indeed it was. Though it was a one-way ticket, we had a card that helped us get past the electronic security. The only thing left standing in our way were the eyes and perceptiveness of human beings. Avoiding their gazes, we delved deeper. The car worked as intended. My dearest maid had done fine work yet again.
なるほど。施設中枢は地下らしい。
The walls of the elevator were tough hunks of steel you'd expect to find in a BSL-4 research facility. Proof that whatever they were hiding here was extremely dangerous.
こりゃ一体
Looks like cells. Thoroughly understood her reaction. Even I felt my eyes widen in surprise. Seen outside, the elevator appeared entirely unnatural. It was akin to a large temple. The underground space was so vast that you could easily fit the academy in it and then some.
明らかに人の手が入っているな。
The homogeneous, inorganic air here made it feel like a giant research laboratory. The outer walls were covered in spiral staircase-like hallways. The facilities as large as smaller high-rise buildings. They were all linked together by horizontal catwalk passages. It felt like we'd entered a vast labyrinth or a spaceship from a sci-fi movie.
天井までは数十メートルの高さ。
なんかすげえ深くね。
As she looked down from the passageway, a somewhat stiffened expression formed on her face. An endless abyss lay below us. It was impossible to tell just how far down it went. I imagined that such an immense facility had been built beneath the academy. This space was truly man-made. How did they excavate it? We had split distance in such thoughts. We had little time.
さて、タモ、ここから先は別々に行こう。
ああ、いいぜ。どのみち俺たちがやることは別だしな。
Tamo understood my train of thought and cracked a grin. Our mutual partnership had ended, and we would now risk our lives to fulfill our individual
我々の
missions.
真意はすぐに発覚するだろう。
もともと期待してねえよ。
We split up. Tamo went to expose the truth, while I went to fulfill my oath of revenge.
なんだお前、ここは立ち入り。
やっぱここは実験プラントだ。地上にも研究棟はあるのに地下にこれだけの場所を作るとはよほど表沙汰にしたくないことでもあんのか。
Standing in the control room, she used the ID of the researcher. She downed it to access the
連
terminal.
中がここで何をやってるのか、それを。なんだこの 廃棄処分リスト。
Grade 1 was disposable due to a rejection reaction because of incompatibility. Grade 2 was disposal pre-enrollment. Grade 3 was onslaught syndrome. The volume of data displayed and the implications behind it silenced Tamo. The list included the names of those who'd mysteriously died that Tamo had found. This confirmed that the Academy was part of a vast experiment built on a continuous chain of sacrifice and culling. She felt the chill as though she'd been touched by a cold, lifeless hand, as well as a rage that burned hot within her breast. This was a record of dehumanized waste who'd been denied any respect. She wanted to check the list for people she knew, but she had to postpone that. She charged straight into hell, so staying there was a bad call. She worked the terminal to transfer the info onto an external memory drive. Tamo then left the control room and rushed to another important area. Suddenly she felt the air around her shift ever so slightly. Before she managed to act, red dots appeared all over her body.
止まれ。発砲許可は下りている。抵抗すれば即座に射殺する。
Security personnel lined up on the catwalk above, each of them armed with HK AP5A5s. Those sleek weapons with their unique Germanic design were hailed as the world's most effective machine pistols. Many police units and special forces regarded the potent tool as their weapons of choice. It was designed as a light weapon for indoor use or close-range shootouts, and as such, it focused on maximizing bullet speed while minimizing recoil with its 9x19mm bullets. Its lethal accuracy truly made it worth of the moniker Steel Reaper. I'm gonna just, screenshot this and send it to somebody I know, because I know an absolute fucking weapon nut that is continuously complaining that she cannot buy any H&K guns because they're so fucking pricey or something. So I'm just gonna send it to her and be like, please confirm or deny. There we go. Now I just wait for a response from that. It had no extra utility or unique works, but that spoke to its mass-producible quality. Tried and true representation of mankind, the culmination of the science of murder, aimed at Tamo, the next step of evolution. And...
Oh my...
The mystifying man looked down on her from above. The metallic stern gaze seemed to deny all emotion. It was Chairman Kurofune Mikado.
クラウンの赤人玉岡。
理事長、この場は危険です。安全なところまでお下がりください。おい。
The chairman of the academy, seeing the center of this operation, the target of Shinri Narita's ire, filled Tamo with the purest anger. He was the one behind it all. He was the one who ruined Mitori. At a glance, you could tell that he was the scum of the earth, just like her. He sacrificed others for his own gain and felt no remorse. Whether he had killed 100 or 1,000 for him, the hellish demon that he was, I remained a mere number.
逃げんのかよ。
Her attempt at provoking him didn't shake
不
Kurofune.
要な危険を冒すのは愚か者の行いだ。だが、その前に尋ねておこう。ここは立ち入り禁止のはずだが。
知らねえんなら教えてやるけどな。正義の味方ってのは悪党をぶちのめすためならどこからでも現れるんだとよ。
クラウンには期待していたのだがな。
そうかい。そいつは悪いな。俺は見ての通りの不良でね。 先行に期待されるとつい裏切っちまうんだ。
I thought I got a response because it said one, but no, it's from someone else. She raised a thumb and pointed it downward.
俺の友達を手にかけた。俺を本気で怒らせた。悪魔は悪魔らしく地獄へ帰れよ理事長。切符は俺がサービスしといてやる。
私にはやるべきことがある。人類の未来を作り上げる。なされたすべてはそのための糧だ。
Yes, sir!
Six guns aimed directly at her. She could have evaded a bullet by predicting its trajectory through the eye movements of the shooter and the direction in which the gun was pointed. However, not even the phenomenal Tamo Akahito could avoid a bullet through pure reaction speed. Akahitos tended to work on instincts, and the Akahito blood ran through her veins. Her cell screamed at her, telling her to retreat. The situation looked grim. She had no chance in a place where she couldn't hide. If she stayed there, she wouldn't last more than 8 seconds, and she'd die in less than 10. Akahito, part of her that she'd just thanked earlier, had switched on, shifting her mentality. Tamao Akahito had no reason to fight in such a location. She hadn't gotten an order to kill Kurofune, so she had to run and survive. But then her blood, which had been boiling with anger, kept her from leaving. Secret, experiments, the records, students turned statistic. They all combined came out as a promise.
待ってろ、理事長。今からそこへ行ってやる。
In her mind, death seemed preferable to retreating. She's resisted her Akahito blood for the very first time. As long as she'd accomplished her goal in those 8 seconds, she didn't care what happened afterwards. She would kill Kurofune. Her body, arms, legs, the movements she'd learned from a young age were all she could use to open a path to a brighter future. For Sorako, Eru, the other students. If she'd failed, she needed not to overcome Kurofune, even if it cost him his life. She didn't want to make him do that. She wanted him to lead a better life. She was the only one who knew everything about her. He was the only one who knew everything about her and loved her as a human despite it all. He told her it was fine for her to dream of the future. That was good enough. And with Akahito blood within her found it to be a meaningless noise. Tamo saw it as a reason to lay her life on the line. The adrenaline rush overwhelmed her. Tamo could now bear any non-lethal wound. But she was prepared to bet everything she had on those 8 seconds.
Sit. I'll be typed.
No. We don't do that, chant. All needless thoughts vanished from her head. She only thought of how fast she could move and how much power she could exert. It was impossible to tell whether Tamo or the 6 guns began roaring first. A hail of 700 bullets per minute left marks all over the lifeless walls of the facility. However, Tamo was nowhere in sight. He lowered herself to almost melt into the floor and jumped like a quadrupedal beast from the African savannah. Evading the bullets, she jumped from catwalk to catwalk. Even the trained security personnel feared the halo-clad beast before them. Unfortunately, she didn't evade all the bullets heading her way. They flew by and took bites of her skin and flesh, but she ignored the heat of the running blood. The rage coloring her mind dulled all feelings of pain. She jumped up and, while hanging upside down midair, kicked the face of the closest man, who flew away like a rag doll. Tamo jumped again and more shots followed her. They'd all gotten over the panic, a sure sign of professionalism. They were surely people from the same dark underbelly of society as her, so she knew they intended to win. Basically, they'd already evaluated her abilities. If they'd decided they stood no chance, they would have focused on helping Kurofune escape, even though splitting up would have left them wide open. They understood that well, which was why they chose to eliminate Tamo instead. They cornered her with every shot, and eventually she hit a dead end. Her enraged roar was an attempt to resist a tragic conclusion. That demon had been her only target the whole time. But she'd instantly understood even that wasn't easy. He'd left no openings whatsoever. A bullet from the right had scrapped her clothes. For a moment, it looked like she'd start to collapse, but then she cartwheeled away at an amazing speed. Thanks to that, Tamo evaded the oncoming bullets and built up a momentum for her next attack at the same time. The next moment, she sank her elbow into one of the men's chests. Seemingly waiting for the moment right after she attacked.
黒船、こいつなんでまだ逃げやがらないんだ。
撃て!
Kurofune gave an order.
まさか、味方ごと。
She'd made a fatal error. Tamo had sensed the depths of his depravity, yet she'd failed to predict that he wouldn't hesitate to attack at the cost of his ally's life. Apparently, her peaceful days at the academy had dulled her senses to the point that she didn't realize such a simple fact. 4 remaining gunmen mechanically and coldly aimed at Tamo at the falling man. And... all fucking die immediately. Just drop dead like... Oh, that's the bastard! There we go. Dead. Nice. Explosion from the side threw Tamo, the security personnel, and Kurofune to the floor. None of them were left standing.
これちょっと派手すぎんじゃねえの。
私が派手好きだと知らなかったのであれば残念だね。
A familiar voice came from the catwalk above.
成田真理。
ようやく会えたなという。7年ぶりの再会がどれほど待ち遠しかったことか。お前に伝える時間がないのが残念だ。もっと粋な登場をお見せしたかったところだが、代わりと言ってはなんだが、裏切り者玄馬黒船、お前の終焉を描いたこの舞台、存分に楽しんでくれ。
生きていたか。
Not even his understanding whisper shattered his calm focus. As the explosion reverberated, they exchanged a fiery gaze. Instead of saying anything more, Kurofune left the rest of security, turned around and walked down the hallway.
Tamao, そろそろ起床の時間だ。それとも目覚めの口づけが必要かね。
お前ってやつはほんと高いところがお似合いだよ。なんとかと煙は高いところへ登るって言うしな。
He'd likely used a hand grenade. The revelation that he had something so dangerous led Tamo to assume that he'd been planning to wage war all by himself. Few other explosions followed, and they all brought Tamo more time. Taking the opportunity, he jumped off the floor and dashed forward. She used confusion to defeat the remaining security personnel, but Kurofune had already escaped.
追わねばならないな。
足りめえだろ。
If risk facing a reinforcement if they remain in place, they had to hurry deeper into the facility.
モニタールームか。好都合だ。隠れている恥ずかしがり屋を探すとしよ
う。成田、こういう機械扱えるのか。
誰に聞いているのかね。ひねくれ者の乙女以外なら簡単なものだよ。
I looked at the monitors used to count the security cameras to search for Kurofune. The vast array of cameras made the immense size of the area apparent. He stood at an upper level corridor. It finally cornered my most hated enemy.
逃げるつもりだろうが残念だったな。機密性の高い構造があだになる。地上への出口は中央のエレベーターの。
That's probably some alternate exit. I started to walk out of the room after I said that.
待てよ、成田。
Tamo stood before me like an impassable wall.
黒船の居室が分かった以上、速やかに私はなすべきことをなす。
それを待てって言ってんだよ。
Silence enveloped us. I was on the cusp of enacting my revenge, yet Tamo stood in my way.
これは私のやるべきこと。玉尾には関わりがない。下がり止まり。ここで押し問答をしている暇はないのだ。増援が来れば面倒なことになる。
Tried to walk past her, but she grabbed me by the arm so hard it felt like she'd clasped my bone directly.
俺はお前にこれ以上殺しはさせない。
Her actions were a repeat of last night. She spoke in the same tone yet again. But she seemed like an entirely different Tamao Akahito. She bit her lip and clenched her fists the same way, but there was something different about her. She stood there with a far stronger will than she'd mustered last night.
私は復讐を選んだ。その道を、その覚悟を曲げることはない。どうあっても誓いを果たす。
殺しなんてろくなもんじゃねえよ。だって何も感じないんだから。
I had to hurry to Kurofune. I had to take advantage of the situation, lest vengeance slip through my hands. If I failed, I'd feel bad for Hishia, who supported me all the way. I knew all that, and for some reason I sadly listened to Tamo's words.
人間なんて物と同じだ。簡単に止められる。自分が痛いわけじゃねえ。心だって別に痛まねえしな。そんなバカみたいだろ。動いてるやつと動かないやつの区別がつかないような生き方してどうすんだよ。
She walked up to me and took my hand. I let her.
サクたちに会ってなかったら痛くないなんてことさえ分かってなかったんだ。そんな痛みをお前にまで味わってほしくないよ。
それはできないと言った。私は復讐者なのだ。
It wasn't that I didn't understand her pain. In fact, it pierced my heart as if it was my own. So I couldn't stop.
いいとか悪いとかじゃねえんだよ。くそ、俺にはうまく伝えられね
え。Understood her awkward yet straightforward feelings well. Despite that, Shinri Narita rejected them. Tried to pull my hand away, but she simply grasped it with more strength. Her face had also closed in on mine.
じゃあ、俺がどうあっても止めてやる。
説得など、それこそ今更だ。それとも、また賭けをするのかね。
そんなもんじゃダメなんだろ。分かってるよ。昨日は結局倒れかけてたしな。あれは俺の負けでいい。負
け。それではもう。
ああ。口は出さない。だから、この腕で止める。お前が復讐するって言うならぶん殴ってでも止める。お前が絶対に諦めないって言うなら諦めるまで一生だって付き合ってやる。
タマオ、いや、それは。
Damn, it's nice to see him fucking surprised for once. She cut my words short. Okay, in this case, I'm not picking the, the zoomed out version, because that's kind of spoilery, isn't it? I closed my lips with hers. A feather-like kiss. The feather-like kiss didn't last long, however. I lost my words, which seemed entirely unlike me, and Tamo shifted into a battle stance.
絶対に逃がさない。俺がぶちのめしてやる。こいつは最初だ。お前に帝黒船は殺させない。
It was a very orthodox karate stance.
タマオらしくない構えだな。
俺らしくないことするんだからこれでいいだろう。どのみち一発勝負だ。もう釣れたら俺勝てそうにないからな。
She clearly wanted a repeat of last night's events.
そういうやり方でしかタマオが納得することができないというのなら受けてたと。
I had no time, so quick battle was the most I could afford.
それでもタマオ、お前は勝てない。
知ったこっちゃねえよ。うらー
I used my left arm to deflect her straight and then forced my right fist into her body. Tamo caught my fist with her right palm, then used it to pull closer. My posture bent forward, and at the left edge of my vision I saw a heel dropping on me. Instead of resisting the pull, I lowered my head and then twisted her left hand before aiming for her left knee. She bent the trajectory of her heel, struck my right fist, which still remained in her palm, and used the power from that to rise up. Our right hands parted. Left hand missed her leg by a mere 2 centimeters. The momentum made me turn and aim for her torso with a spinning hook kick. Everything went as I predicted. Like last time, Tamo hadn't used her halo or Akahito techniques. Thus, the result remained the same. I easily read her exaggerated movements. I noticed something felt off. Everything seemed fine, but it wasn't. Tamo had vanished from my sight. No, she hadn't vanished. I had shot past her, which I realized far too late. The brief lag proved to be a fatal error. Tamo hadn't sped up, quite the opposite, in fact. I had. It was all thanks to Tamo Akahito's halo. She can use her halo on other people. Her power allowed her to control the body, as in while her halo wasn't limited to just her own body. So long as she had a proper catalyst, she could use it to meddle with the bodily functions of others. At that moment, Shinri Narita's body shifted into overdrive. It felt as though both my engine and chassis had been placed into an F1 machine, which I couldn't handle. My consciousness couldn't keep up. It was Tamo's trump card, an ability she concealed until this very moment. It's your own damn words! Tamo caught up to me. Couldn't evade, so she used that opening to land a roundhouse kick. Her powerful kick blew me into the door, making me collapse. Tamo lost her words. She thought she'd beat me, but I rose to my feet like a revenant. My consciousness faded for a moment. She aimed at my wound from back in the forest. Supported my legs with sheer willpower, but I felt ready to faint at a moment's notice.
大したものだ。まさかこれほどまでの力を秘めていたとは。自分の人を見る目が不安になるな。
これほどのじゃねえだろ。間違いなく手応えあったぞ。
さて、気が済んだのなら。
その体で理事長のところまで歩いていけんのかよ。無理に決まってるだろ。
無理かどうかではないのだよ。
じゃあ無理やりにでも止めてやる。
一発勝負と聞かされた気がするのだ。
あれはあれ。これはまた次のだ。
Had no words for this.
何回だって。一生かけたって。お前を止め続けてやる。
Couldn't help but laugh.
つくづく強情なのだね。
For a moment I felt the weight of my shoulders lighten, but then I noticed something strange on one of the monitors. Surprised by my astonishment, which was a true rarity, Tamo also returned to look at it. What she saw made her gasp. Taigi Mikado had aimed the gun at Kurofune. Oh, I knew Taigi was against him! Ha ha! Kurofune stood with his back to the wall and slowly collapsed to the ground.
あれってまさか理事長か？
なぜ？
Couldn't see their faces from here. Taigi started talking, so I used the security controls to let us listen in. Couldn't look away, considering the distance from which we'd been shot, it had to be fatal. Kurofune reached for the empty space in front of him, clearly in pain. Taigi, however, simply crouched down before him and whispered something. Words weren't picked up by the equipment, so we didn't hear them. Kurofune Mikado, the target of my vengeance, the sole reason I had rolled at the academy, had been murdered by someone else. And his own son at that.
Taigi, どうしてお前まで
Strange torrents of fate left me dumbfounded. Tamo's voice made me realize that Kurofune had been reaching for something, and Taigi was none the wiser. A gun. He must have had it for self-defense, however it was now aimed at his son's chest. A gunshot resounded. The bullet sank into his heart. Unable to speak another word, Taigi slumped onto Kurofune's arm. Sprinted to the scene, forgetting my pain at the fact that we were on the enemy ground. I arrived at the corridor on the upper level. Taigi! I clung to him, but he didn't respond.
大輝は死んだか。
理事長。
Kurofune crawled along the ground like the worm he was. Checked for pulse and Kaigi, but it didn't find it.
黒船、お前の息子は死んだ。
Kurofune's wounds were lethal too. There was no saving him now. He surely knew that himself.
お前は復讐を果たして満足か。己の怒りに焼かれて。
Couldn't make out the rest of that line. The blood filling his mouth drowned the words out. He died while cursing me.
復讐に満足などあるものか。
He'd also tried to form some sort of expression, but he didn't have the power for that. He quickly sank into a sea of his own blood and stopped moving. The unexpected conclusion made me forget my anger, grief, even Tamo. Just laugh.
Oi, Narita.
The whole situation was so absurd I couldn't help but laugh.
これが貴様の最後か。玄魔黒船。己の城の中で血を分けた息子に背中から撃たれ、その息子さえ己の手にかけて生き絶えるとは。帝を裏切り簒奪の限りを尽くした貴様にはなんともお似合いの無様な結末ではないか。どうした？恨み事の一つも言ったらどうだ？
That told no tales. Tamo didn't say anything either. And honestly, even I had nothing left to say.
こんなつまらない決着。貴様と私の幕引きか。
The visage of the man I chased for 7 long years somehow reminded me of a small flower. The silent, lifeless corpse seemed content and free, and I thought I saw a full smile on his face. A week had passed since then. A few more minutes are gonna pass because I'm gonna be right back. I hate that fucking Pokemon Legends Arceus is basically that time I got reincarnated in the Pokemon world with my smartphone, but it got blessed by God itself and became a really good Navi. Like, what the fuck? Why is there an official Pokemon Isekai game now? A week had passed since then. Once we'd escaped the academy, we returned to my hideout, the church. In honesty, since both Tamo and I were badly hurt, we had no choice but to hide for a while. We spent this past week focusing on recovery. Tamo's recovery speed impressed me, but since I couldn't have her getting scars, I looked after her almost all the time. I ignored my own wounds and played with her body. For caring purposes, of course. A few days ago, she'd said something outstanding.
もし俺の肌に傷跡が残ったらてめえ責任取って引き取ってもらうから。
Considering the fact that most of her wounds were of her own design, that seemed quite unreasonable. However, since she'd appeared so cute that she said that, I couldn't bring myself to disagree. I'd recorded that, by the way. Praising mobile phones had rather amazing recording apps and sound quality. And by some stroke of luck, I managed to get it all on tape. I hadn't told Tamo about it, but I looked forward to her reaction once I played it back to her.
ご主人様、一人でニヤニヤされているとぶっちゃけ不気味です。お掃除の邪魔ですので、どこかへ消えてください。
After Kurofune succumbed to his wounds, we escaped the plans, destroying as much data as we could along the way. That was Tamo's idea. She'd wanted to do it even though her job involved retrieving said data. She decided to only keep the absolute minimum data required to expose the Academy's dirty secrets. Of course, she made me do all the actual technical work. The Academy had been established on a hilly area. A road ran down from the gate, tracing the length of the slope. Tamo and I decided to visit Tenko and Noble Academy once more. Though we could only walk near it, we couldn't have actually entered the students. Hiding, Tamo watched the pale gate and squinted her eyes as if she was staring at something precious. I'd hoped for a convenient coincidence, like the crowds passing by, but not a single soul walked near our location. It was also a holiday. The students were probably all resting in their dorms.
別れを言わなくてもいいのかね。
Tamo was the one who said she wanted to come here, and I understood why.
どうなるんだろうな。これからスクールは。持って帰ったデータは最後の連絡の際に全部渡したから、この学園がやってたことの何もかも叱るべきところには知れ渡ってるはずだけど。
In the end, it went exactly as I'd explained to Tamo. Truth hadn't become public. It remained hidden in the darkness as if nothing had even happened. However, Kuruna, the man in charge of the academy, had passed away. So if they got a new chairman, things would eventually change.
学園は大きな嵐に遭うだろう。だが、
サクたちならきっと乗り越えて。
Oops.
それでは、玉緒がいない間、学園の平和は自分たちで守っておきましょう。
That's fucking wrong advertisement. She was in her school uniform.
お前らにできんのか心配だけど、せいぜい頑張れよ。
よくわからないけど、頑張る。任せておいて。
しかし、玉緒が戻った時には我々は全滅しており、最後の戦士として玉緒は、学園の再生のために戦うことになるのです。
私たちは一体何と戦ってるのよ。
だって俺、そう約束したし。
Tamo closed her eyes as though to etch her precious memories of the academy into her heart. She seemed to be on the verge of tears. However, she held them in. Perhaps she did want to part with tears in her eyes.
本当に行ってしまってもいいのかね。
なんだよ、今さら。
ここに残ってもいいのだよ。
She rubbed her nose as if to wipe her tears and shook her head.
ダメだよ。俺がここに残ったら、サクたちに余計な迷惑かけちまう。そんなことできないよ。
いいのだね。
Shinri Narita also had no place here. He'd merely temporarily entered that peaceful garden to punish Kurofune Mikado, who was no longer in this world, much like Taigi Mikado.
そろそろ行こうか。
That moment, a vehicle drove up the road. It was a shuttle bus that linked the academy in Okushima. We hid behind the trees so that no one saw us. Sakura, of all people, stepped out of that bus. She walked away without noticing us, getting further and further out of our grasp. Having gained approval to leave campus, Sakura had left to visit the town. Came back with something she clutched like a treasure. It was a paper bag with the Naruto brand logo on it. It was the name of a famous Western restaurant in Okushima. I recalled Sakura telling me that she especially liked the select set of foods they had.
お茶会しようって約束したんだ。みんなで 成田も呼んで、みどりがいた時みたいに。
そうか。
That's why she traveled all the way to town. She probably picked up five teacups, even. Just like they promised, they were still waiting. They were waiting for those who'd vanished to return. Who'd vanished to return. Light sobs. She'd reached her limit. Tamo started bawling like a burst dam. Large tears escaped her eyes all at once.
俺、本当はずっとここいたかった。このままずっと続けばって。
Her tears were different from the ones I'd seen before. She finally cried like a normal girl her age. We heard the sound of a chime denoting midday. Faint timbre reached us as well.
この学園は変わるだろう。変わりながら、そして続いていくだろう。
違うよ。変わっちまうんだ。変わっちまうけど、続いていってくれるんだ。
She wiped her tears and looked up as she subtly changed the meaning of my words.
そうかもしれない。続ける役割は、それにふさわしい者たちに任せるとしよう。
The world always changed and we couldn't stay here forever. After waiting for the chime to fade, we discarded our reluctance and walked away.
では、行こうか、タマオ。
そうだな。行こう、成田。
Two of them gave one final silent bow to the academy. It was their simple graduation ceremony. That was their simple graduation ceremony. Tamo and I had arrived at the high ground we'd visited at night once. We'd remembered it on the way back and decided to stop by.
昼間に来るここもなかなかいいもんだな。
She stretched as if a burden had been lifted off her
まっ
shoulders.
たくだ。タマオの顔がよく見えるのが素晴らしい。
バカかお前。
これからまた何もかもが新しく始まっていく。
まあ、そりゃ。
She folded her arms and nodded, a serious expression on her face. But then as she remembered something, tugged on my clothes.
近くにもあるよな。
何かね。またタマオが清純派を始めるのかね。
バカちげえよ。なんだ。俺と成田の。
She expressed her anger well, but then became a mumbling mess. Of course, I soon understood what she wanted to
そうだ
say.
ったな。新しく始まるもの。私とタマオとの関係も。
そう。俺が言いたかったのはそいつなんだよ。
Even now, Tamo seemed to be the type of maiden who got embarrassed. Her bashfulness was a true gem. I wished to make her as red as
行
possible.
こうぜ。
She extended her right hand to me, and wanted to tease her. I asked her a question despite already knowing the answer.
どこへ行くのだね。タマオは家へ戻るのだろう。
そうじゃなくて。
違うということは、他に仕事でもあるのかね。
お前、マジでそんなこと言ってんのか？
Tears brimmed on Tamo's eyes as she hit me over and over. She was strong even while holding back, so it actually hurt. If she'd used even a touch more power, she could have dislocated my joints, which was something to say the least.
もう、だからお前はムード読めないって言うんだよ。ちょっとは流れってものだな。
She swung her fist at me again, but I evaded that blow.
いいから、俺も連れて行けよ。もう本家とのつなぎぶっちしてんだから、帰るところなくなったんだからな。マジ責任取れよな。
本当に一生付き合ってくれるのかね。
いや、待て。言い直させろ。
Tried responding, but she stopped me. Truly couldn't understand her. I knew her one moment, but I thought I knew her one moment, but then she showed me a new face. However, that was precisely what made her so interesting. Fun and lovable.
俺も連れて行け。
うん。なんだね。
俺じゃなくて、私も連れて行け。 連れて行って。
She fidgeted in embarrassment and looked up at me to see my reaction.
そうか。
I'd caught sight of another new Tamo face, which made me smile. No, that wasn't it. It wasn't just a new tough face, but it was a new Tamo
しか
altogether.
し、私とはどういう心境の変化かね。新しい自分を探してみようということかな。
じゃなくて私、せっかく家も出るし、心機一転っていうか、新しい自分っていうか、もうちょっと女らしくなりたいなって。
それは実に結構なことだね。
なんだよ、笑うなよ、笑うなって。
Like caterpillars became butterflies, so too did she change day by day. Honestly worried what the future held. I thought she would eventually charm me in every way possible. But putting that aside,
きっと長い旅になる。
Tamo and I were set to begin a new journey. We didn't know where it would lead us, but we knew the road would be long and hard. I had made many enemies in life, and our attack on the academy had mostly created many more. Plus, Tamo had left Akahitos, which put a target on her head. We chose a life where we could die at any moment. However, I didn't regret that one bit, and I wanted Tamo to feel the same. Shinri Narita's oath of vengeance hadn't faded. Her rage would burn, and Tamo would try to stop me, creating an endless cycle. That was something else I felt, though. It was something I'd gained after the end of my third round with Tamo, and something I'd understood after watching Taigi and Kurofune fade away. Perhaps Tamo wasn't the only one who'd changed. I didn't know the name of the feeling, but an Avenger couldn't afford to hesitate, which meant I had to discover the answer. So I decided to postpone my promise until after I did just that. I knew it would take some time, but I'd already waited 7 years. At that point, I didn't mind waiting a little longer.
すべてを捨てていくのに悔いはないかね。
Took her hand in mine without
自分
hesitation.
で決めたんだから。そんなのあるわけない。
Clear answer seemed to reach the skies above. Long last, it was time to start walking a new path, one on which I wasn't alone. Having someone by my side certainly allowed me to experience things I hadn't before. There was nothing to be afraid of. Change wasn't something you waited for. It was something you won. I gave one final goodbye to those I met at the academy. And then we marched towards sights unseen. We marched toward an unknown future. Talking is hard. Help. Just gonna go ahead and Mizaki. Isn't actually like a proper sung one, like a song ending, so I don't really care talking over this right now. So I just wanted to mention real quick. I really gotta say, like, I know the voice actor for Tamo, namely because she's also the one that did Karen in Making Lovers, I think, and the one that's easier to remember. Rika in Oshiri Mimirai, since, you know, literally called Rika, same as the voice actor. It's very easy to remember. Another that the this first voice was, of course, in one of the games I played recently. Modded Wings. Senpai. The Akane Senpai. And what I could hear her during her panicking near the end. I don't know why near the start. It just happened.
これはとある男と女の旅立ちの物語である。
But yeah. If tomorrow comes, achievement unlocked. Hint corner? Sure. Peruchaman Show.
ペルシマンショー海賊版
I'm sorry about that, Kiryu.
はーい、全世界7000万の視聴者の皆さん、お待ちかねペルシェマンショーのコーナーでございます。せっかくの超かっけえ感じの余韻台無し間違いなしなので、もうちょっと赤人様とのラブラブあはんな妄想に浸っていたいあなたは直前の選択肢で見ないを選びましょう。
She's just over like, this is on you, motherfucker!
あ、ここへ来てるってことはもうミルを選び終えてますね。今さら戻れない。戻れない。
Yeah, what would have been fucking hilarious is if the fucking previous choice but was actually disabled during this scene and this scene only.
今回のペルシェマンショーのコーナーは天下はノーブルスクール、通称スクールの教室からお送りしています。さて、赤人様ルートはハローレディの入り口ともいえるストロングスタイルですが、それだけに危険もさらに倍。選択をミスると死亡フラグ直行。まあ素敵ちなみにとある場面で赤人様の使った六角勘抜き。六角とは赤人の血統が使う殺戮技術体系のこと。ハロー前提の技術なので一般人には不向きです。勘抜きは技の名前です。技コマンドは PPP 前下斜め前 K 小パンチキャンセルで叩き込むのがベリーグーそろそろお仕事を思い出しまして、次回のヒント、まだクリアしていないならお次は空子様ルートがおすすめです。空子様ルートに入るためには好感度だけではなく復讐者の覚悟がある程度必要です。
What you're trying to tell me is that I need resolve out the wazoo.
どこを見ればわかるかは他のペルーシェマンショーのコーナーで説明していますので、そちらを参考にしてくださいね。ハローレディのルート選択はそれなりに込み入ってますので、自分が今誰のルートへ行きつつあるのかよく確認しながら進みましょう。
Well, I'm fucking zero with everyone.
ご主人様のように取説の類に目を通さず万事大雑把にやってると後々しっぺ返しを食らうのですよ。
For a second, I thought that it said, I'll come back to bite you. Hey, no, don't threaten me with a good time. Why didn't you say anything? Just kidding. Also, something I almost forgot. I got a message from the person that I sent the screenshot. Yes is her reply. The H and K facts that were listed are apparently true. And also, afterwards, when I asked her if she wanted me to pass on any words, she gave me one singular word. That word being Bingus. So there you fucking go. It's at 4 hours, 33 minutes. Be fucking happy. You know what? Fuck it. I'll just note it down. Say like, nah, just say that.
それでは また他のルートのクリア後にお会いしましょう。
I'm looking forward to her route, honestly. She seems fun. Oh, I see what the fuck. So select don't. The fuck? Back to menu anyways. Lovely. No, let's do it the other way. Let's do it the other way. Go to if tomorrow comes. Skip to next choice, and then select don't show. Just skip. Skip, please. There we go.
これはとある男と女。
Now this shows up. Don't look. This shows up, and I'm kicked out anyways. Why that last line? You confuse me, sir. That's flat. Next. These are miscellaneous. These are all the ones with him in it. That pertain to him, I guess. Those are all the ones from her. Fuck, excuse me? You know, fuck it, I'm gonna do this the rough way. The rough and tumble way. Skip the next choice here. Tell the truth, skip to next choice. Unless that's a CG you unlock by going for the lie. That is fucking weird. I just assumed it was like the bad ending for this. Hold on. Yeah, tell the truth is... I have no idea what the fuck. Hold on. Alright, I've checked it with people, and apparently it's supposed to be that way. Apparently you're just... This is most likely some true route shenanigans then. AKA the thing that says Superior and Telekea here. And I'm pretty sure that I'm right in pronouncing it Entelakea. At least I hope so. Otherwise, I've just made myself made a massive fool of myself just now. So anyways, yeah, that's been her route. Next time we'll be moving on to Sorako, since that's the only other one we can do right now. There's only really a route choice in 2 parts of this game. Namely, when choosing between Sorako and Tamao, and then when choosing between the 2 fan disc routes. I think it's just 2. It should be Midori and Hishiya, which I'm looking forward to them trying to explain how the fuck he gets with Midori, considering she's fucking dead. And I hope it's not the necrophilia path. Let's hope that's not the one. That's a bad, if you haven't gathered. So yeah, let's just put oath on. Anyways, so yeah, Sorako is next. Let's watch him kill her dad. Anyways, hope you guys enjoyed this one. See you next time. Bye-bye. I don't know why I meant that face. Fucking, who fuck really knows why I do anything, really. Bye.